Hi, welcome to this course on Android app development for absolute beginners. In this course, you will learn everything you need to know to get started building Android apps with Android Studio IDE. I will start by describing how to install Java, which is a prerequisite to install Android Studio, and then we will learn how to install Android Studio itself. Then the course takes you through the anatomy of typical Android project and the setup for creating your first app, including connecting to devices for testing, both real and virtual. I will then describe you how to define an app's screen with activities and layout, and how to use images that works on variety of screen sizes and pixel densities. I will demonstrate both XML and the Java based code that handles events and lets you implement your app logic. I will show you how to affect your app's appearance with styles and themes. And I will show you how to create an app with multiple screens that lets the user interact with datasets. I hope that this course helps you to get started building your own Android apps. So see you in the course. Hello guys, welcome to the first video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. Now I'm not going to give you the basic or brief introduction of Android because you may know or you must know what is Android. Most of the mobile devices and nowadays TV and wearable technology uses Android as their main operating system. So I'm going to start this video series how we can download and install and configure Android app development environment, and we are going to use Android Studio to develop our Android apps. So to configure Android Studio, first we need to have Java in our operating system. So in this video I'm going to show you how you can download and install Java JDK and configure the environment variables. And in the next video I'm going to show you how you can download and install Android Studio and configure it to develop Android applications. So let's get started. First of all, we need to download Java. So just search for Java JDK and search for it. It's Java JDK, and most probably the first link here will appear from www.oracle.com and slash some URL. So click this link here, and in here you just need to click ask me later, and in here in this web page you may see two options. One is NetBeans with JDK8 and second is Java platform. So NetBeans is an IDE to develop Java applications, and at this time we don't require this. We are going to download this Java on our system, so just click this icon Java, and in here you may see different options for downloading Java JDK for Windows, Mac, Linux, Solaris and other operating systems. And this series I'm going to show you how to develop Android apps on Windows, so we will do it on Windows. So just click the option I accept, and in here if you are running Windows 8, it's most probable that your operating system is 64-bit operating system. So I'm going to download this 64-bit Java executable file from here. So just click this JDK-8U25. At the time of making this video, JDK8 is the latest one. So I'm going to click this link to download this JDK file, which is an executable file, and it can take some time to download. So I will let it download, and I will see you when it's fully downloaded. So now my download is complete, and I'm going to run this executable file, and I will say yes. and it will prepare the installer for us for installing Java. And once this is prepared, it's easy to install Java. You just need to click some next buttons, and most probably it will be installed in few minutes on your Windows operating system. Or if you are using Mac, I think they already give updates for Java, so you don't need to do anything. And it says that Java is already there in my computer, so I don't need to do anything. So once you have installed this Java, it's not a rocket science to install Java. You just need to click some next button, and most probably after everything is finished, you just need to click this finish button. And once it's installed, you will be able to see in your PC in C folder of your operating system. In here you just need to go to program files, and in here you will be able to see this Java folder in your C and / program files folder. And in this Java folder there will be two files. One is JDK folder and second is JRE folder. JDK stands for Java Development Kit and JRE stands for Java Runtime Environment. So for our purpose, for developing app on Android Studio, we need this JDK. So what we need to do is we need to set the environment variable for Java so that Android Studio can recognize this. So what I will do is I will copy this path from here, which is C:/ program files /Java/ whatever is the name of your JDK folder. So it starts from JDK. So just copy this path from here, and now we are going to go to the system. So just search for system, and in the system we are going to go to advanced system settings. Okay, so go to the advanced system settings, and in here in the advanced system settings you need to click environment variable, which is this option. And in here what you need to do is you just need to click in the system variables. You just search if this Java home variable is there, and if it's not there you just need to click new. Most probably you need to give this environment variable, so click new, and in here you just need to write Java_home all in capital. So Java_home, everything is capital, so you should do, or you should write this Java home exactly the same, Java_home. Okay, and then copy the path or paste the path which you have copied from here, which was your C:/ program file /Java /JDK. Okay, this path you will get after installing Java JDK. So you just need to do this, click OK and click OK and click OK, and everything is done. So now Java JDK is installed on your system, and you have successfully set the environment variable for JDK. So that's it for this video. In the next video we will see how we can download and install Android Studio for developing our Android apps. So stay tuned and please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can download and install Android Studio IDE on your Windows operating system. Now first thing you need to know that Android Studio is dependent on Java. So you need to have Java installed on your Windows operating system in order to install Android Studio. So make sure that Java JDK is installed on your system, and then we are ready to install Android Studio on our Windows operating system. So open your browser and search for Android Studio, and the first link most probably which will appear here will be from developer.android.com/tool/studio. Click this link and in here you can read more about Android Studio and SDK. And what we need to do now is we need to click this option called download here, and you will see this kind of screen, and this green button says download Android Studio for Windows. So just click this button, and in here you will see terms and condition for downloading Android Studio. You can read all these, and after reading you need to check this checkbox, and now you will see this blue button which says Android Studio for Windows. Just click this button and it's going to download this Android Studio bundle for Windows, which is a executable file and which is 1.1 GB at the time of making this video. So it may take some time to download this executable file. So sit back, relax, and grab a cup of tea while it's downloading. And after it has been downloaded, we can start installing Android Studio. So I have already downloaded this Android Studio executable file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel it, but in your case you need to download it. And I'm going to go to the location where I have downloaded this executable file and double click on it, and this will start this Android Studio installation. Now Android Studio setup has been started. You just need to click next here, and in here make sure that all these options are automatically checked and click next, and you just need to click I agree, and once again I agree. And this is the location where your Android Studio will be installed, and this is the location where your Android SDK will be installed. So make note of these locations. You may need to use these locations in order to debug some problems. Okay, and now click next, and these are the configuration setting which is required by Android Studio, and click next, and you will see here what are the extensions and what are the plugins you may have with Android Studio. So you don't need anything extra. We just need Android Studio right now, and just click install. Now the installation of Android Studio on our Windows operating system is complete, and you will see this complete message when this setup is completed. So at this time you just need to click this next button, and it will give you this message that if you want to start Android Studio when you click finish button, but right now just uncheck this option and click finish. Okay. And now to start Android Studio on Windows 8, for example, you just need to search for Android Studio. So search for Android Studio and right click on this option. So right click on Android Studio and run Android Studio as administrator. Now Android Studio will start, and Android Studio is made by IntelliJ, which is famous for making other IDE for programming languages like Java or Python or PHP and many other languages. And for the first time when you start your Android Studio, it will give you this message that if you want to import your setting from previous version of Studio, you can do it, but we don't have any previous version, so we will leave it as default and click OK, and Android Studio will start now. Now in between you will see this type of Windows security alert. You just need to allow the access, and now Android Studio is started. And for the first time when you start Android Studio, it will ask for the theme you want to work on. If you want IntelliJ theme or you want Darkula, which is a dark theme. So it's on you which theme you want to use. I will prefer this IntelliJ theme and click next. and it will download some component for itself. And now click finish. And now this is the interface you will see for Android Studio. Now before starting our first Android project, what we need to do is we need to do some configurations. So just choose this option which says configuration and click on it, and it will give you these options for settings, plugins, and SDK manager. For now we want to click SDK manager, so just click SDK manager and it will start this kind of SDK manager. Now in here on the right corner you will see the install 7 packages. So these are the packages which will be installed whenever you click this button, and it's recommended that you click this button for installing these packages. And in addition, it's important to click this option. So in here in the SDK manager, go to the category called extras, which is the last category, and inside this categories the last option will be Intel x86 emulator accelerator, and this we will need to start our emulator, and in short it's called HAXM installer. Okay, so make sure that you check this option for Intel x86 emulator accelerator. Okay, so it's necessary, you can say, to start your app on your emulator. Okay, so once you check this, click this option which says install these number of packages. In my case it's 8, but it can vary, and it will give you this option that you accept license and condition for installing these packages. Just check this option, accept license, and then you will see this install button. Click install and will install these 8 packages on your Android SDK manager. So once these packages are installed, we are ready to create our first Android application. So just close it and we can go back from here, and now we can create our first Android app. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In the last video we have seen how to install Android Studio on our Windows operating system and how we can do the Android Studio SDK configuration. So in this category we have done some SDK configurations and we have downloaded some default packages, right? And the most important package was this one, which was Intel x86 emulator accelerator. So if this is not installed, you may want to install it because our emulator will run on this. Okay, so this is in extras, so make sure it's installed. Now once this is done, we are ready to create our first Android application. Now in here in the quick start menu you will see some options. The first option is the start a new Android Studio project. So we will click this option and then you can give the name to your Android application. Now it's encouraged to start the name of your application with a capital letter, for example my application, or I can change this to my first application, for example my first app, right? But if you do, or if you start the name by a small letter, you can see a small little warning here which says the application name of most app begin with an uppercase. So it's encouraged to give your app name with a capital letter. Now here second thing here is the company domain name. Right now we are at the starting of our learning cycle, so we will leave it as default, but in the later later exercises or later videos you may want to change it to your personal domain name. This is the location where your project will be saved. So see username Android Studio project and the name of your project. So just click next, and we are going to develop our application for phone and tablet. You can even make Android application for TV or wearable technologies like watches or Google Glass, but right now we will concentrate only on this phone and tablet application. And in here, this is interesting. In here it says the lower API level target more devices but have fewer feature available, right? So it's on you how much audience you want to reach. So right now by default this Android 4.0.3 is selected, which covers 87% of all the devices, right? So for example, if you choose the latest version, which is Android 5, it covers right now 0%, almost 0% devices. And if you go to KitKat, it covers only 24% of the devices. And generally you may want to make some application which covers almost all the devices and have a backward and forward compatibility. So for example, if we choose this Android 2.2, it means that it will cover 100% of devices which will run on your newer devices and on older devices. So choose the one which covers the most percentage of devices. For example, this Android Froyo, right? Click next, and in here this is the name of your blank activity, and in here you can give the name of your activity. Now what is activity? Activity is nothing but, you can say, a section or page of your application. Similarly, if you consider or if you compare this activity with or Android app with some website, an activity can be a home page or about page or some other page. So an activity you can compare to a page of a website, right? Now once everything is done, you can just finish. And now this is for the first time we are running our application. So I will just try to run this application, and I want to print this hello world on my running Android emulator, right? So for the first time when you open this Android Studio, you can even open your Android SDK manager from here itself. This is this small Android button here which says SDK manager. You can just open this, and in here, if you haven't done your SDK manager, or if you need to do some settings for SDK manager, you can open it from here itself, right? So right now nothing is required, so I will close this. Now the other button here is for AVD manager, and AVD manager is the full form of Android virtual device manager. And this AVD manager you can use to set your default Android device for which you are going to run your application. So by default it's Nexus 5. In my case, this can be different if you are watching this video in future, but by default it's going to give you a default device, right? So we will leave this device as default for now, but you can create your own devices by clicking this create button, and this we are going to see in the further videos, but for now we will just concentrate on our default device. Now in here, in the default device, in the actions, you can take 3 actions. One is to launch your AVD emulator. Second is the edit. You can edit your configurations of your device. So you can just click this pencil button, and in here all the settings of your device you can see. Okay. And in the show advanced settings, you can even do some advanced settings, for example RAM settings or VM heap or internal storage, right? So for now, by default, I can see this RAM is 1536, which I think we need to change, but for now I will leave it as default because I want to run my application and see if any error occurs. We will change this RAM, because sometimes whenever you for the first time run your emulator, it gives this error. Okay, so I will just close this and I will press this green triangle button here, which is for running our application. Just click this, and now it's waiting for AVD, which is ABD, and now it will run or execute your task. So it's 2 seconds to mention thing which I want to choose, and we only have one device, which was the default device. We will choose that. So I will wait for this device manager to appear. So this is the launch emulator, and the default device is Nexus 5, which was our default device. I will just leave it as it is and click OK, and now hopefully it will run. But sometimes you can see it gives you this error, and the error says that x86 emulator currently requires hardware acceleration. Please ensure that HAXM is properly installed. So this is the common Android problem whenever you run your first Android application. So don't worry, we are going to solve it. And to solve it, what we need to do is just see the location of your SDK file, which is in the first line. So this is the location where your SDK folder is there. So just copy this path until SDK, which will be something like C:/user, your username /app/data/local/android/SDK. So just copy this path from here and open your file manager and paste this path, and this will open your SDK folder. And in your SDK folder there will be a folder called extras, and in this extras folder there will be a folder called Intel, and in this Intel folder there will be a folder called hardware accelerated execution manager, which has the short form of HAXM, right? So we will go inside this, and there is a executable file which we need to install in order to install this Android emulator. So we will click this application executable file, which is Intel HAXM-Android executable file. I will just run this and just click next. And this can be different for different devices. The default value of RAM can be different for different devices. If you have the larger RAM or memory, you can have more memory here, or otherwise, or depending upon the space you have. So right now for me it's 2 GB. It can be 1 GB for other devices, or it can be 4 GB for some other device. Just click next and install. So now the installation of HAXM is complete, so we will click finish, and now we will close everything and we are going to run our application. So I'm going to close this browser for now, and now I'm going to run our application once again. So this one is finished. Minimize it and let's run our application by clicking this green button. And hopefully this time we will not see the same error. We will choose the default application from here, and now we will wait for the message, and in some seconds we are going to see the response. So in here we are going to see the response any moment, and here we can see now the application is successfully launched. So it says HAX is working and it's started. So now for the first time this Android will load. This is an emulator on which our application will run. So now Android will start, or Android emulator will start, and once this emulator starts, our application is going to run on it. So it will work like an Android application or Android device, and we just need to unlock it when this is ready. So now just drag this upwards and the lock will be open, and now we just need to click OK and just wait for our hello world to compile and appear here. So now it's going to appear hello world, and you can see the hello world message we are able to see. So this is our application which is running on this Android emulator. So I hope you have enjoyed. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see the basic overview of an Android app. So in the last few videos we have successfully created our first Android application, and we would be able to run, or we were able to run our first Android app on an Android emulator. Now for the first time when you see an Android app project, it will look like this. But what is what in this project? For example, this screen you see here is called an activity, and the formal definition of an activity is: an activity is a single focused thing that the user can do. Or in its simple terms, you can say an activity is a screen which user interact with. And an Android app can contain many activities in itself. Now, where are these activities stored? So when you go to your project overview here, you can see three categories. One is the project itself. It's a broad project overview, and this is what are the files and folders your project can contain, right? So it can contain the IDE files, your app files, Gradle files, and other files which your Android Studio needs to compile them. The second overview, when you go to the project overview, is the package, and these are the packages your app is using when you created your app. But the most important while developing your Android app is the Android category itself. and this is where all your programmable files are there and design of this activities are. Now this activity is just an overview, but behind this there is an XML file. So when you go to your app, inside this app there is a folder called res or res folder, and inside this res folder there are some folders like drawable, which contains some PNG files, and your main activity or activity file is this one, which is activity underscore main.xml file. Other files are menu files, which we will see later, and the next category is values category, that also we will see later. But right now the main important design XML file is this one. So for the XML file behind this screen is this main activity file or main activity XML file. So you can click, or you can open this XML file by clicking this text category here. So this is your design category of your activity, and when you click here in the text, it will open an XML file, and this XML file is the main XML file which is responsible for the design of your Android, right? Android activity. So what we can do is we can go to design, and we can delete this for now, for example this one. So you just select this and delete this, and then what you can do is you can drag and drop these palette widgets in your activity. So there are so many widgets in here, layouts, text fields, and other designable tools. So you can drag and drop these tools and design your activity. For example, I can just drag and drop from this widgets the large text here, and in here just double click it, and you can just write anything here. For example, programming knowledge, okay, and then this will be displayed here. And this Android Studio assists you to align your widgets or tools in your activity. So you will be able to see this message here, right? Now once I have done that, there is a text view added to my XML file, and you see I have written this text on my text view, which is programming knowledge, and this is automatically added to your XML file also, right? I can edit my XML file and it can be added to this view also. For example, programming knowledge YouTube, and it will be added to your activity here. So you can add this from here also, text, and from here also. You can add more properties to your text view. For example, you can go to the design and you can change these properties from here also. So there are so many properties. For example, I want to change the background color of my this text view, so I can just select this and then go to the properties and search for the property called background. It's responsible for the background color of your property, and go to the color, and here I can choose any color for my text view. For example, green color. I will click choose my color, and here is the result of the color. So this is FF3FF1C. So when I click OK, the color will change, and when I go to the text area, it is the same background color, which is FF3FF1C, which was the color we have chosen, right? The other thing is you can even change the color of your background color or properties of your main activity screen, which is this one, or layout. You can just go to the background and just choose the color and choose any other color, for example this blue color. Okay, and it changes to the blue color. Okay, now this is just the design part of your Android app, but the main brain, or you can say main actions are taken in the folder called Java, and in here there is a Java class or Java file called main activity. Just open this, and this is the class which is responsible for all the main actions of your app. So for example, you go to your main activity and you add some button here and you click this button. All the code for clicking this button and whatever action will take while clicking this button will be written here. So this is just a Java class which extends or inherits the action bar activity class. So this is our class which Android Studio have created for us, and it extends. So if you don't have much experience in Java programming, I will recommend you can see my Java programming tutorial and you will be able to understand what this extend means. But simply this is inheriting from this class, and in here there are some already pre-created method which Android Studio have created for us for the first time so that our app can launch. Okay, and these codes we will see in the further videos what is the meaning of all these code behind, so that we will understand more about what they are doing. Okay, but this is the main main logic of your Android app, where you will write the logic of your Android app. Okay, so this is the basic overview of an Android app. There is one more interesting folder in this app called Manifest. Okay, so this is the folder called Manifest, and this contains the file called Android manifest.xml, and this contains all the activities of your Android app. So for example, our Android app right now contains only one activity, which is this one, and so this activity is here. But your Android app can contain more than one activity. Then there can be something like one activity below this second activity, below this third activity, and so on, right? So here is the main launcher, you can say, of your app. So for the first time, whenever you launch your application, how will your Android app knows that which activity should appear? If your Android app can contain many activities, and which activity to launch first, this is decided by this XML file. For example, this app only have one activity, and this is the basic logic which tells your app that this is our main activity and we need to launch this activity whenever we launch our app. So all the activity mapping will be here in this folder, and other properties of your app will be here also. For example, your packages information, or other informations related to your app will be here. So your app name and styles and other things, right? So here all the activity listing will be here. So this is the basic overview of your Android app. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe. And Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see an overview of Android activity lifecycle. So in the last video I have shown you that whenever you go inside this Java folder in your app and when you click this main activity, this is the main brain or main logic of your Android activity application. And this is a Java class which inherits from activity class. But when you take a look at this, here extend means inheriting from this class, right? But you don't see that it's inheriting from the activity class. It's inheriting from action bar activity. So it's like a multiple inheritance, and at the last the base class or super class here is the activity class. So to demonstrate this main activity is inheriting indirectly from activity class. What you can do is you can just press control plus or control and hover over this action bar activity and click it, and you will reach to the action bar activity. And you can see this action bar activity is inheriting from this class, which is fragment action. So you can just press control and hover over this fragment action and click it, and now you can see this fragment action extends from activity. So indirectly your main activity is inheriting from activity class, right? So now every activity has its life cycle. For example, when your program or activity launches, first method it looks for or it calls is this method, which is onCreate method, and we are just overriding this method from the class we are inheriting from, right? So here we are calling it, and the first thing when we start our application is we want to launch the layout or set the view of the layout. Layout is just this design, right? So the first method which will be called here is the onCreate method. In the same way, here you can call different method. For example, whenever you run your Android app, you can user can resume this, and he can go to some other Android app, for example this Android app, and the other Android app, which was our actual app, was running in the background because it's not closed, but it's running in the background. But you can close this app also by going back and close it. So there are some method which are called when you do these all actions. When you go to your menu here, you can call your app by clicking on the app, and it will open like this, right? So when you click this app icon, or when you do some other cool things with your application, what are the method which are called, this you can write here. And the overview of these method you can see on Android website in the documentation. This link I'm going to give you in the description of this video, so you can go to this documentation. This is really extensive documentation, and here you will see a diagram which will demonstrate the basic life cycle of an activity. So this is the same picture as this. And what happens when you launch your application? First method, which is called, as I have told you, is onCreate, and this onCreate method calls this set content view, which sets the layout for you for the activity, right? Then if you add this method or override this method on start, this method is called when your activity starts. Okay, so after creating your layout, you can call this method. So this method is called. So this is the chronological life cycle of your activity. So these are the method which are called one by one if you add this method in your Java file, main activity Java file. Then you can resume this application or pause this application, right? And in between, this application runs. Okay, so these are the chronological order of these function which can be called by your activity. So resume, then activity is running. Then if you want to call another activity, for example, you are on the home page of your application and you want to see the about page of your application, you go or you click some button, and then this activity which is running is paused, and then your new activity is going to start. Okay, and then if you unpause this, the activity is no longer visible and stop. Okay, and whenever you shut down or you close your application, it destroys your activity and shuts down, right? So you can go to this page and you can read about these activity and these functions, what every function means. But I'm going to give you an example how they are called in this chronological order, so that we have the better understanding which method is called when we launch our application here. Okay, so that's it for this video. In the next video, I'm going to give you this example of calling all these methods one by one, and we will see how they are called whenever we launch our activity. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe. And hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In the last video, we have seen the basic overview of Android activity lifecycle. Now, in order to understand this activity lifecycle in a more deeper sense, we will take an example which will show how these activity methods will be called in some order. So in the last video, I have shown you in this main activity .java file, there is a method called onCreate, which is called first whenever you launch your application, right? And I have shown you a diagram like this, which shows the order of the calling of this method one by one whenever your activity is launched, to activity is running, to activity is shut down. So we will try to call all these methods one by one, and we will see how these methods are called in order, right? So what we are going to do is, in our main activity.java class, we are going to import one more library. So import Android utils log. Okay, so just add this library, and this is just for logging messages to your console here. Okay, so we will log some messages while calling these methods, and we will see which method is logged first, so that we know that this is called first, and then other method, and then other method. And then we will just make a string. So public static final, then we will name our string. So string, and the name of the string, for example, my tag, because we are going to use tags. And then we will just name our string something. So for example, we name our tag as my custom message. Okay, and now to log this, what you can do is you can just call log in your onCreate method. So this is my onCreate method. Inside my onCreate method, I will write log dot I, and then my tag name. So my tag name is this one, comma the message I want to display. So I want to display, for example, for the first time when it's called, I want to call this onCreate method. Okay, so this is simple logging messages whenever this method is called. Now we want every method here. So on create, on start, on resume. So you can do the same for every method on create, and then you can just copy this and paste it, and then do it for on start. So this I have done, or I have written in my blog all the method which you can call on start, on resume, on pause, on stop, all these method which are called here, right? So that you don't have to rewrite this code. You can just go to my blog and just see this code, and you can copy all the code up till on destroy method, and this is the whole code of this Java file which I'm using right now here. Okay, so you just need to copy this from on start to on destroy. Okay, and all the library is imported here, log util, and this is just the same example I'm going to show you. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here in order to save the time. Now once you have copied and pasted all the method, these are the method which are same as on create. So on create, on start, on resume, on pause, which are listed in this diagram, right? And now what we are going to do is, in order to display these messages, what we are going to do is, first of all, go to your activity underscore main XML file, and in here in the console you can customize your messages. So just go to this little combo box here and just right click or click edit filter configurations, and you can use your own configuration. For example, I want to make my custom message, for example, or my messages. Okay, so I made my own message configuration, and then I can use the tag here. So my tag was my custom message, right? So in here you can see in this the tag name was my custom message, or in my activity you can see the tag name was my custom message, right? So just go to the same configuration, my message, and just paste this message in the log tag category. Okay, and just click OK. Now what we are going to do is we will run our Android application once again, and you can choose your tag by filtering here. So this is my custom message. You can choose your custom message from here. I will click OK to run the emulator, and just choose this tag which you have created here. Okay, so my message was my custom tag, and when it runs suddenly it goes. So once again choose this my message, and let's see what happens whenever you create your or whenever you run your Android application. So you can see first method which is called is on create method, which is this one, then on start method, then on a resume method in here once again, and then slowly whenever you go down, then it's called on save instance, and then you can see all the methods are called one by one: on start, on resume, on pause, right? So you can see the sequence of these messages in the same manner. Now once you click this button, this message will be to destroy the application because it's closed. And now whenever we want to run our application from here, we will just click our application name and it will be created. Okay, and when we click this button, our application is not destroyed or closed, but it's paused. Okay, and you can go to the other application, but the last application is not destroyed, so it's paused and it's stopped. Last message is paused and stopped, but it's not destroyed, right? So whenever you want to open your application once again, you can just go to this application, double click this, and it resumes itself. So it's not created once again, but it resumes itself once again. You see, resume. Okay, so in this way you can play with your app, close it and rerun it and see what messages are printed here, and this will give you the more clear overview of these method, how they are called and in what sequence they are called. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners, and in this video we will see how we can make a very basic app to add two numbers. So what we are going to do is we are going to take two inputs, two numbers from user, and by clicking some button we are going to add these two numbers, so that you will be able to learn how these button action perform or button click event works, and how these text boxes work. So let's get started. I have deleted my older large text widget from here, and now my activity is blank. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the text field here, and in here I'm going to take this number field. So I'm going to take one number field and I'm going to take another number field. So I'm going to add two numbers, right? Now I can double click this text box and I can add the text to this text field, but right now text field is not required because we are not going to display any text on these text boxes. But you can see the ID is important. ID is the unique ID which differentiates one tool from another. For example, this edit text ID is the ID of this number text, and edit text ID 2 is the ID of this second edit text, right? Now to show this number text or edit text a little bit more, or why we are using this edit text, we can provide the hint to this text box. So you just select this edit text and go to the property called hint. So there is a property called hint, and here we can provide the hint to the user that what he is expected to enter here. So for example, I will say so now these are the hint you can provide. So it will appear on your text boxes, but it will not appear as a text, but it will appear as a hint. For example, you want to provide the hint that this can be the text box for email or some name or any other hint you want to provide to any text box. You can provide this hint by going to the property called hint here. Okay, and whatever text you write here, it will be provided as a hint. Now to add these new numbers, how we want to display the message, you can display message by these plain text views or any other text views from here. So we are going to take this text view, which is a plain text view, and we are going to make it little bit larger, and you can adjust the length of the text view by adjusting these this thing. Okay, so for now let's take a large text view. We are going to add one more button to our activity, so that whenever this button is clicked, we should be able to see the result. So in the widget, you just drag and drop a button here. Now what we need to do is, now our design is complete. We have two text boxes. We have a result text box or text edit or text view, and we have our button. And once you have these in your activity, you will be able to see them here. So you have edit text 1, edit text 2, and text view, which is this one, and the button, which is this one, right? Now everything is done. Then we are going to go to our Java folder, and in our Java folder we are going to go inside the main activity. So go inside your main activity, or just open this main activity.java. Okay, and last time we have added some methods here to log some messages. So I'm going to delete all these things because we are not going to use them anymore. And then I will go and delete up to this destroy, and then I will delete all the logging messages which we have printed last time, and now everything is clear. Okay, so this is just basic main activity.java. Okay, so now in here what you need to do is, we are going to make a public function to provide the button click event to the button. So what we are going to do is, we will just write public void and then we will write on button click. Okay, and then make a bracket here. I will change my text format, and I will write here view v. Okay, and then I will write something inside here. Okay, and for the first time, whenever you write this view here, you will be able to see this red symbol here. Okay, so what you need to do is, you just need to click alt enter, and all your imports will be fixed. So just click alt and press enter, and it will give you some option. Click the first option, and then your error will be fixed. So it has added this import android.view.view in your main class or main activity.java. Okay, so whenever you see some error, just press alt and enter, and it will give you some options. Okay, now inside your function or method, you just need to write edit text because we are using this, and then we will name our text as, for example, e1 is equal to, once again, edit text, and we are going to find our edit text by its ID. So I'm going to enclose this edit text, which is a default keyword for edit text, and then I will just write find, and you can see it's autocomplete. So Android Studio will give you the hints what can be the method you can call with this find keyword. Okay, so just press enter and just write find view by ID, and inside this we are going to find view by ID by writing r dot ID dot edit text. And this edit text, if you remember, is the ID of the edit text number 1. So when you go here and when you click this, the ID of this is edit text. You can see here, or in the IDs here in the properties, you can see the ID of this text is edit text. So this is the ID of this one, right? Similarly, the ID of this edit text 2 is edit text 2 itself. You can see here, or you can see it here. So this ID is this ID we are writing here. Okay, so in a same way I will copy this and I will do the same for edit text 2. Text view here, the result will be shown in the text view, right? So we will create the instance of this text view also. What we can do now is we'll declare an integer variable, for example num1, and we will assign whatever user will enter in this first text box, and we will convert this text to the number, and then we are going to use this number to add the values. So this will give us the sum of these two numbers, and then we can display this sum to our text view. Okay, so we will take t1 on which we want to set our text, and then dot set text, and then we set the text. So this is the integer, and then we need to convert this integer to text. So we will write integer with capital I, integer dot to string, and then sum. Okay, so this is going to give this integer, and then from integer to string, integer dot to string, we are converting our integer to sum. Okay, so now we have this method. Now how can we tell this button that we want to call this method when we press this button? Okay, so what we can do is just select the button. So I'm going to select the button, and in here in the properties I will find the property called on click. Okay, so just find the property called on click, and once you are on click property here, you can just click this combo box and you will be able to see this on button click method automatically appearing here. Okay, so this method which we have created, when you go into the design view, you will be able to see this on button click method here. You can just select it, and now whenever we run the program, we will be able to see our result in our emulator. and now it's running here. Okay, so our application is running. Let's check this. So for number 1 I will enter, for example, 501, and number 2 I will enter 6, or not 501, but it was 5001, and in here I will enter 6002, for example, or 60,002. Okay, let's enter 6002, and then when I click sum, see the result here. So click sum and the sum will appear in here as a result. You can add some other numbers, for example some different number, and click OK sum, and the sum appears here. In a similar way, you can use this activity to calculate the subtraction, division or multiplication of these two numbers. So you can add some more method and some more buttons, and you can whatever you enter here, you can click the subtraction button or addition button or multiplication button or division button, and it will give you the same result, right? So this application, you can simply extend it to do arithmetic operations, different arithmetic operations with the two numbers. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video we will see how to use wrap content and fill parent properties with your layout width of your widgets, and we will also see, if time permits, how to use password fields in Android activity. So for example, I will take a button here, and for the first time when you drag and drop a button, its property, layout property, when I say property, in here when you go to the property called layout :width, its property is set to a wrap content. And a wrap content just mean that the component just want to display big enough to enclose its content only. Okay, so its button content is only button, and the button size or width is enough to show the button text on this button, right? In the same way, the layout height is also a wrap content here. Okay, so the height is also enough to show the button content. Okay, but whenever you change this layout width, for example, I'm going to change it to fill parent, see what happens. It fills all the width of your activity here, right? So the fill parent method, the component, or in the fill parent method, the component want to display as big as its parent, and the parent is activity here, right? And fills the remaining space, right? So whenever you change the layout width to fill parent, it fills all the space in the parent. Okay, and parent is the activity. Now I will change it to wrap content itself, and now I'm going to change the layout height of this button to fill parent. And now whenever you do this for layout height, it fills all the height, right? All the space which is available in the height of the parent, right? And when you do fill parent for both, it will fill all the space of your parent. Okay, so these are some of the properties related to the layout height and layout width. And whenever you, for example, I will just change it to wrap content, both of the width and height, and then I will just change to match parent, and then also it will match the parent space also. Okay, and I can do match parent in layout height, and it will cover the whole height or space in the parent. Okay, so this is how you can resize your, or you can adjust the layout width and layout height of your widget. Okay, now let's see how to use password field in Android Activity. So what we are going to do is we are going to drag and drop this password in text field widgets. So go to the text field category here and drag and drop this password category. Okay, password text field from here, and I'm going to drag and drop this, and this here I'm going to give the width as fill parent. Okay, so it fills the parent. Okay, and now this password, whenever I run the activity, here always comes the it hides the characters and it only shows the specific character which you want to display. Okay, so when I run this app on an emulator, you can see whenever I want to enter some text in this password text field, you see it's every character is replaced by this dot. Okay, now we will use this button to show whatever we have entered in the password field. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to our main activity here. So in the project, I'm going to go to main activity.java file, and in here, in the main activity itself, I'm going to declare two variables. One is private edit text, and I will name it as, for example, pass for password, or pass underscore word. Okay, and in the same way I will declare a private button. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method so that on button click event this method is called, and then we are going to display this text. So what we are going to do is we are going to declare a public void, and we name it this method as add listener on button. Okay, and we are not going to pass any argument to this, and then inside this method what we are going to do is we are going to cast these password and button fields. So because the name of our button or ID of our button is button itself, and added text is added text itself, button and added text, that's why I have used added text and buttons here. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to take this button, and in here this button, and then we are going to add a listener to this button. So buttons and then dot set on click listener, And then inside this listener we are going to create on click listener. Okay, so we will create a new instance of on click listener, new on click listener, and then in here when you click enter, it's going to create a method. So let me readjust the code a little bit. Now inside your on click method here you can display a message. Now to display a message in Android you need to import a library called Toast, and Toast is a library which we can use to show messages. So in Android messages are called toasts. Okay, so we will import now. Once you imported this library we can display the message using Toast inside this on click event. So to display a message you just need to write toast dot make text, and inside this make text you can display a message. Okay, so what you can do here is you just need to give the name of your activity, which is in our case it's main activity. So we will pass this as a first argument dot this, and the second argument we are going to pass is the password field which we are going to take. So this is our password variable. In this we are going to give the show method. So just go outside the make text method and just write dot show. Okay, and this will show this text message whatever we have entered in the password field. Okay, so this is also one kind of a button listener we have made indirectly, and this button listener we can add this method to our on create method here like this, and then your activity will listen for this button click event, right? So now we are going to run this, and once this runs we are going to see how we can display a message using this text field. So our app is running now and we are going to enter some text here as a password. For example, YouTube. Okay, and I will click OK, and when I press the button it shows the message YouTube and it disappears after some time. Okay, for example, I can enter some other text. Programming knowledge, and I will click the button and it shows this message programming knowledge. Okay, so in this way you can use password field and Toast, which is a short form of messages in Android, using this Java code. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners, and in this video we will see how we can use checkboxes with our Android application. So generally we use checkboxes whenever we want to choose a list of items. For example, you are making a grocery shop app, you can use checkboxes to select the items, right? Or for example, you want to give the option to the user to select his favorite animals or favorite dishes or favorite favorite things, right? So basically, whenever we want to select multiple items, we use checkboxes. Now, to add checkboxes, as you can see, I can add checkboxes by going to my palette, and in the widget section, I have this checkbox widget, which I can drag and drop to my Android activity. I'm also going to take a button so that on the basis of button click event, I can decide uh, which checkboxes are checked, and on the basis of checked option or checked boxes, I can take some action. Now I will choose all these or I will select all these checkboxes, and I'm going to change the properties of these checkboxes. In the properties, I'm going to go to layout underscore width, and I'm going to set it to fill parent, so that this width is filled in the in the width, right? Now I'm going to change the name of these checkboxes. For example, we want to create a list of animals so that user can choose his favorite animals. For example, a dog. And in here you will see this option checked. So in here, if you choose this option checked, you can see whenever you run the application, it will be checked by default. Otherwise, when you uncheck this option, your whenever you start your activity, this checkbox will be unchecked. So this is the default condition you want to check to your checkbox. Okay, the name to the checkbox we can give according to the name. For example, checkbox dog. Now we will go to the code part of our activity. So I will go to my main activity.java file, and in here we are going to declare these variables. So we are going to declare 3 checkbox variable and 1 button variable. Okay, so now our variables are declared. Now we are going to create a method. This will be the public method, and it's not going to return anything. And we are going to name our method as, for example, add listener on button. Okay, and then it's not going to take any argument, and we will create or prepare the body of our function in these curly braces. Now inside here we are going to cast our checkboxes as button, and we are going to cast them by ID. So for example, for the checkbox 1, we are going to cast it to the dog checkbox. Now once we have casted all our widgets, now we are going to add the listener. So we are going to take our button variable, and we will set the listener to it. Set on click listener, and in here in the arguments just press enter, and we are going to create a new listener. So new on click listener, and this takes 3 arguments, right? On click, yeah, right. So we will create a buffer, string buffer. So in here we are going to create a string buffer result is equal to new string buffer, and then let me reformat, otherwise it will go out of the screen. So select all, cut and paste once again, and now we are going to add a toast, and in this result we are going to append the checked item first. So first of all, this result, take this result variable. So in here result dot append, and we can append any string to it. So in the double quotes you can just write dog, and if it's checked we will say it's checked, otherwise we will say it's not checked. So append this string dogs dot append, and in here we are going to append if the checkbox is checked or not, right? So we will take the first checkbox, which is for dog field, dot is checked, okay, and this will give you the binary option, true or false, or 1 or 0. If it's checked, it's going to give you true, or if it's unchecked, it's going to give you false, right? And we are going to just close this. In a same way for cat and cow, we will do the same. And now we can display this result to the toast. So we can just write toast dot make text, and in here we are going to select our activity, which is our main activity here, or the class name, dot this. Then we will choose the text we want to display. So the text we want to display is this result variable. So just copy and paste result dot toString, okay, because it's a buffer, so we need to convert it to string. Dot now once we have created this method, we just need to call it in our create method, which is this one, right? So just go below this set content view and just paste your method name, which is this one, and now we are going to run our application, and now our application is running. So for example, we check checkbox 1 and checkbox 2 and press this select button. The answer is dog is equal to true and cat is equal to true. You can see dog true, cat true, and cow false. So if you want to add the line ending, you can just add this line ending here, \n, and in here also \n, right? And once again run the program, and now once we select all the options, it says dog true, cat true, and cow true. And if we unselect some option, now only dog is true, cat is false, and cow is false, okay? So in this way you can choose your selection on the basis of isSelect method here, right? Now let's create a method on which we will allow the user to take some action on this checkbox click itself, okay? So for example, once selector uses or user you selects this dog checkbox, uh, we are going to display some message that you selected dog without any button click event. So what we are going to do is we are going to declare one more method which will be public. Now once again we are going to cast our checkbox 1 variable because we want to take action on checkbox 1. So I will copy the code from here, and then we want to take this checkbox 1, and then we will set on click listeners dot set on click listener, and in the argument just click enter new on click listener, and in here you just need to write if the checkbox is checked. So we will just check the condition if and we will take our variable from view which is v, so just take it here v, and then we will enclose it in a bracket also. So just add one more bracket here, and then dot is checked, and if the checkbox is checked we are going to perform some action. So we will display toast dot make text, and in here the class name once again dot this, comma, if it's checked we are going to display some message here. So let's display a message. For example, we will display dog is selected. Okay, and then the third argument is the same, toast dot length long, and then we will just show this dot show. Okay, and I will add it in here, and now we are going to run it. Okay, so that it will listen on this dog checkbox, this one. So you see, whenever I check the dog checkbox, I will check it and it shows dog is selected, and when I uncheck it, once again check it, dog is selected. But when I check cat checkbox, it doesn't show any message because I haven't added any listener to these checkboxes. I have added listener to the dog checkbox only. So whenever I check it, it shows dog is selected, but you can add the same kind of listener to these checkboxes also. So in this way you can use checkboxes in your Android app. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, subscribe, and hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see how to use radio buttons in our Android activity. Now last time we have seen how to use checkboxes, and the basic difference between checkboxes and radio button is that whenever you want to allow the user to choose multiple options out of a list of options, you generally use checkboxes. But whenever you want to allow the user to choose only one option out of multiple options, then you can use radio buttons. For example, we will take the example that we have taken last time, that we want to allow the user to choose his or her favorite animal. But this time we want the user, or we want to allow the user to choose only one option out of multiple options. and for that we are going to use radio buttons. Now let's take a look at some examples so that we can understand this concept in more detail. So I'm going to go to my palette, and there is a container here called a radio button container or radio group, which I'm going to drag and drop here. Now radio group is a container which we can use to group radio buttons, and whatever radio buttons we put inside this radio group, they are grouped together. And the logic behind this grouping is, in this group, out of this group, we will be only able to select only one option out of multiple radio buttons. Okay, now I'm going to go to my palette and take some radio buttons here. 1, 2 and 3 radio buttons for 3 animals, and I will take a button, and then I'm going to change I will put this button outside outside this radio group. And now I'm going to select my radio group, and in here in the properties, for layout width of this radio group, I will change it to wrap content, and height also wrap content, so that it takes the space which it wants to take, right? Not enough, not much space. Now I'm going to change the name of these radio buttons. Now we can go to our main activity.java file to write some code for these radio buttons and this button. So I will go to my main activity.java file, and in my main activity class I'm going to declare these variables, which are 3 radio buttons and 1 button and 1 radio group, which is this radio group we have taken. Okay, so I'm going to add these variables. So now we have declared our variables here. Now we are going to create a method. So we will create a method whenever we call this method in onCreate, so that it can listen to button click event. So public void and on click listener for button. Okay, so the button, and this is not going to take any argument. And inside this method, what we are going to do is we are going to cast our radio group first. Okay, so in here radio G for radio group is equal to, in the bracket, radio group, and we will find it by ID. So find view by ID, r dot ID dot radio group, right? So the name of our radio group was, I think we haven't defined the ID of this radio group. So if it's not defined, just select your radio group or select here and go to the property called ID and give an ID to your radio group. For example, RG for radio group, RG for animals. So this is for this is the ID, which is RD underscore animal for the radio group. Okay, and I'm going to copy this and go to here where I am casting my radio group, and I will paste this ID here. Okay, now I'm going to do the same for other button. So let's do one more thing before calling this set on click listener for button, that let's declare only one variable for radio button, because we are going to need only one radio button, because we are going to allow the user to select only one radio button, right? So we don't require more variables for radio button. Okay, and whatever radio button user select, we are going to cast this to this radio B. Now we will set on click listener for button. So button submit, which is our button, dot on click listener, or set on click listener. So set on click listener, and in here we'll create a new on click listener. Okay, on click listener, and inside this on click method, what we are going to do is we will declare integer for deciding or for getting the ID from the group, right? So we will name it as selected ID is equal to, and then we are going to take our radio group variable, and then we will get the ID. So get check radio button ID, and then this radio or selected ID we will pass to our radio B, which is radio button variable, right? So radio B is equal to, we will cast it to radio button, and then we will find view by ID, and this ID we will get from radio button. We can pass it here as an argument, and now whatever button is selected on radio button is selected, we can get the text from this button and display. Okay, so what we can do is we can call the toast dot make text, and in here we can call 3 arguments. Now you already know what are the arguments called, right? This, and second is the text itself. So we will take this radio button dot get text dot toString. Okay, and third is toast dot length short, for example, and outside this toast we will just show it. All right, so like this. We are going to include this method in our on create method here. So I will copy the name of the function or method and paste it here. I will change it to German and paste it here. And now we are going to run our application. So run the application, and here the application will appear. So select your device, and now it's going to appear here. So now our application is running, and whenever we select any item from here, we will only be able to select one out of these items, because remember, we have enclosed these radio buttons inside the radio group, and whenever you enclose these radio buttons inside the radio button, you will only be able to select one radio button at a time. Okay, and you can add multiple radio groups to group your radio buttons. So you can add one more group, for example, choose your favorite anything, and you will be able to select only one item out of this radio group also. Okay, so always group your radio button inside a radio group. Now for example, I select this and click submit, and it says dog For example, I select cat and click submit. It says cat, and same it will say for cow, right? So in this way you can use radio buttons in your Android activity. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see how to use rating bars in our Android activity. Now, rating bar you can use to rate some some app or some website or anything which you want to rate. And here is the widget called rating bar which you can use. So you can drag and drop this rating bar in your activity and you will be able to use it. Now there are some properties you can change for this rating bar. First property you may be interested in is the number of stars you want to show. So once you double click on this rating bar, the first property comes here is the num stars, which is number of stars. For example, I want to rate out of 5 stars, so I will give the maximum number of stars. Then the initial rating of the star. For example, I want to show initial rating of 2 on my star bar or rating star bar. And the third property is the step size, how many steps you want to increase in your stars once you hover over it. And fourth is the property, I will leave it as default. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a large text box here and a button here, and I'm going to change the text of this button as submit. And now we are ready to write the code for this rating bar. We will create two methods, one which will listen on this star click event, or you can say the rating event, and one which will listen to the button click event. So I will go to the main activity.java file, and I will first of all I will declare these three variables, one for button, other for rating bar, and third for text box. So now we have declared our variables, and now we are going to write a method for the button or the listener for a rating bar. Okay, so we are going to create a public void method, public void listener for example rating bar. So we will create a listener for rating bar. Okay, we are not going to pass any argument in here, and inside this we will write the code. Okay, so first of all we will cast our rating bar itself. And same I will do for the text box. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my rating bar variable, which is this one, and I will call a set on rating change listener on it. Okay, so I will just take this rating b variable dot set on rating change listener. Okay, and in here we will create a new listener for it. So we will just write new on or on rating change listener, and then inside this method we can just call our text view, which is this one, dot set text, and in here we can just you know take this variable which was automatically created for us, which is rating, and display inside our text view. Okay, so we will convert this rating to the string, so I will just write string dot value of and then the rating, which is this variable. Okay, and this set rating bar change listener is now ready to use. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this method, which is listener for rating bar, and I will copy in my onCreate method. Okay, so I will just copy it and I will run my program now. So now my app is running. So for example, I changed the rating. For example, I change it to 4. You can see the rating changed to 4. I change the rating to 5. Rating changes to 5. Rating change to 2. You can see in the text box rating changes to 2. Right? So in this way you can prepare the listener for a rating bar change. Okay. Now we will use this button to collect the rating and display in the form of toast or message, right? So what we are going to do is we will just make another method which will be public void on button click listener. Okay, we are not going to pass any argument in it, and in here we will do the same, the casting of the rating bar. So rating bar name was rating B here, or I will copy the same code which I have written in the last function or method, and in the same way I will cast the button this time. Okay, so just I will cast the button. Now we will set the on-click listener for this button variable. So we will just use this button variable dot set on-click listener, and then we will create a new on-click listener, and inside this we will just create a toast or message for this. So toast dot make text, and by now you may have guessed what are the argument it takes, because in the last few videos I have been showing you how to use this. So first argument is the activity name dot this. Second argument is the text we want to display. So we are going to display the rating, right? So how to get the rating? You just need to just write string, which because we are going to convert this rating from string or from float or from integer to the string, right? Dot value of, and then we will take the rating variable, which is rating B, dot get rating. Okay, there is a function which we can call to get the rating. Okay, now the third variable here is the toast dot length, short you can take, and dot show to show the message. Okay, once again I'm going to run this code, but first I need to copy this method to onCreate method. OnCreate method is here, so I will copy it, and now I'm going to rerun my application. Cancel and rerun the application, and now my application is running again. So I can change the rating like this. rating is shown here also, and when we click the buttons, this submit button, you can see the rating in the form of message here, right? Rating 3, submit button clicked, and it's displayed in the form of message, right? Displayed in the form of message. Okay, so in this way you can use a rating bar in your Android activity. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, and subscribe, and bye. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners, and in this video we will see how to use alert dialog box on our Android activity. Alert dialog box you can use to alert the user for some action. For example, by clicking some button, user can decide if you want to close your application or not. So let's get started, and I will just take a button to open this alert dialog, and I will change the name of this button as alert, for example. Now I'm going to go to my main activity.java, and in here I'm going to create a button variable. So private static button underscore spm for button submit. Okay, and now we are going to create a method which we will call on button click event. So public void on button click listener, and in here inside this method I'm going to cast my button submit variable, which is this variable which I have declared, and I will assign an ID to it. So button find view by ID r dot id dot the ID of the button. Okay, now I'm going to use this button to set on click event. Okay, so button dot set on click listener, and inside this function we will create a new on click listener, and inside this on click listener we are going to create alert dialog. Okay, so let's create a alert dialog, and we will name it as alert, for example alert variable. So alert dialog dot builder with capital B, and we name it as a builder, for example, is equal to new alert builder, alert dialog dot builder, and we are going to create this alert dialog box on this activity. So we will just assign it to this class, and now in here we are going to create a message for this builder. So I'm going to copy this variable which is a builder, and then we will call set message method on this builder. So set message, and inside this set message we can call some message inside this set message. So in double quotes, for example, we can display a message: do you want to close this app? Okay, and if the user want, he can close it. So we will provide the some method to this alert box. For example, set cancelable, and this alert box should not be cancelable, so we will just set it as false. And then so let's shift it to the next line so that we can see it better. And then after this we have set the cancel button to false, and then now we are going to set the positive button, for example yes. If in condition, if that condition arises that we want to display yes or no condition or button on this alert dialog box, then how we can do it. So set positive button, and in this it takes some arguments. So when you hover over this method, you will be able to see that it can take some argument, or you can just directly hover over this and click inside this method, and it will show what are the argument it takes. So the first argument it takes is the title or text of this yes button. So we will just give yes to it. And the second argument which it takes is the on click listener, because it's a button, so that we can set on click listener on this button. So we can set positive button and negative button for two condition, if the condition is true or condition is false. Okay, so the next is the new on click listener, and in this on click listener it will create a on click method for you automatically, and in here you just need to call finish. Okay, finish method just closes your app gracefully. So if the user wants to close the app, he can click this yes button and it will close your app gracefully. Otherwise, just go outside this set positive button and just go below that and dot set negative button, and we can set negative condition also. And the first argument of this is the text on this button. Second argument is the on click method, so new on click listener, and in here also we can call a method to cancel this dialog box. So in here you can see this dialog variable inside this on click method. So just call this dialog dot cancel, and this will close your alert, right? And now outside this negative button I will just give this semicolon here so that we can close this method. So what we have done basically here is we have created a method, and inside this method we have created a button variable, and we have casted it, and we have taken the ID of this button, and then we call on this button set on this on click listener, new on click listener, and inside this on click of this main button we have created our builder for the alert dialog, right? And on this alert builder variable here we have called set message, so this is the message it's going to display. The second method we have called is set cancelable, so it's not going to show any cancel button, so we have set it to false. Then we have called set positive, so this is the positive button it's going to show this alert dialog, and the text it's going to show is yes, and on click event of this button we are just closing our app gracefully. Otherwise we have set the negative button for the negative condition, and we will just close this app, close this alert dialog box by calling this button, this method called dialog.cancel. Okay,
And I think in here where I have defined alert dialog dot builder a underscore builder is equal to new alert dialog, in here I must remove this brackets from here, and instead of this we can just call the name of our activity class, which is main activity, and then we can call this on main activity. So in here, after builder, just before this you just need to write main activity dot this. Okay, so now we have created our builder, right? Just below this builder method or builder code, just below this we are going to create our alert dialog now. So alert dialog, and we will name it as alert is equal to, and now we will take our builder for the alert dialog and we will create a new alert. So alert builder dot create, right? After this from this alert dialog instance, you can set the title on this alert box. For example, alert, and then you can call show method to show this alert dialog box. So alert dot show. Okay, so now your code is complete, so we can call this method inside our onCreate method. So this was our method, so just copy this method, and inside your onCreate method you can call this method. So just paste this method inside your onCreate method. Now I'm going to run my application. So my application is running now, and this is my alert button. So when I click this alert button here, a new alert dialog box appears, right? The title of this alert is alert, which we have set, and this is the message which we have said, do you want to close this app, right? And there are two buttons, no and yes. For example, we click no button, nothing happens, just this alert dialog box closes, right? Now once again I'm going to open this alert dialog, and this time I will click this yes, and when I click yes, it gracefully closes my app, right? Once again I will start my app, open it, no, nothing happens, it just closes the alert dialog, and yes, it closes my app. So in this way you can use alert dialog in your Android activity. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video we will see how to create a new activity and open it using our main activity or first activity. So for example, for some reason you want to open a new activity or the next activity using your first activity. How we can do it, we will see in this video. So right now I have this blank project, or you can say hello world project. And if you don't know how to create this project, you can just go to the initial videos of this series and see how I have created this blank project. So this project right now have only one activity, which is our main activity, right? Now to add a new activity to your app, what you need to do is go to your app here. So just select Android, and in here in the app category you just need to go to this res or res folder, and res stand for resources folder, and inside this resources folder there is a folder called layout, right? You just need to right click on this layout folder and go to new, and we are going to go to the activity and we will select a blank activity from here. So select this blank activity, and in here this wizard will open. you can give a name to your activity. For example, second activity. Okay, and everything is by default created for you, and just click finish. Once you click finish, there will be a second activity which will be created for you, and now you will be able to see in your layout folder in your resources directory, there will be a extra XML file created for your second activity, which is activity underscore second.xml. Similarly, in your Java folder, you will be able to see that there will be a new class added to your Java folder, which is second activity.java file. And in the manifest folder here, there will be a file called android manifest.xml file, and in here also you will be able to see that this new activity is added to your main manifest XML file, right? Now what we are going to do is we are going to add in this manifest file where your main activity XML element is there, and now you have this second activity tag, right? So by default it's blank tag, in a sense that it just have the name and the title, but unlike this main activity, it doesn't have this intent filter tag. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy this intent filter from here. So just copy this and go inside your second activity element or tag here, and just make a space here and paste this intent minus filter here, right? And in here what you need to do is you need to change this name in the action and the category. So in the category first, in the category tag, you just need to change it to the default, because the launcher of our app is the main activity, which is this one, and the second activity is the default activity. So just delete this launcher from here and just do dot default. Okay, and similarly this name should be the name of your package. Okay, so just go to your activity underscore second.xml file inside your layout folder. So just go here and go to the text of this folder. So this is my activity underscore second.xml file, and in here you will be able to see tools colon context is equal to com dot example dot whatever your package name is, right? You just need to copy this path from here, which start from com dot example or whatever your package name is. Just copy this path and once again go to your android manifest.xml file, and instead of this android.intent.whatever.main in your action tag, you just need to replace it by your second activity package name, which is com.example.whatever your package is. Okay, so this will be similar to this thing. Okay, so second activity. Okay, now everything is done. Now we are ready to create some code to open this second activity from our first activity. So I'm going to open my first activity first, and in here in the main activity what I'm going to do is I will just remove everything, and in here I'm going to add a button, and this button I'm going to use to open my second activity. So I will just change the text to open second activity, for example. Okay, and the ID I will leave it as default, which is button. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my main activity.java file here. So this is the Java file for my main activity, and in here I'm going to cast this button. So first I will create a button instance, so private static button. For example, I name my variable as button submit. And now what I'm going to do is in here, just below my onCreate method, I'm going to create a new method, as I have been doing in the last videos, which is a public void. And for example, this method I name it as on click button listener. Okay, it's not going to take any argument. And now we will write the code of this method. Okay, so first of all, we are going to cast this button to its ID. So button SBM is equal to button, and I will find it by ID. So find view by ID, r dot id dot button, which is the ID of my button. And now I'm going to take my button underscore SBM variable, and I will add or set a listener to this button variable. So dot set on click listener, and inside this set on click listener I will create a new on click listener. So new on click listener, right? So this is simple, right? And inside this on click method we are going to create a object of intent class. So this is the class which will help us to open the new activity, which is our second activity. So let's create an object of intent. For example, variable name is intent is equal to new intent, and the constructor of this intent takes argument, which is the package name of your second activity or whatever activity you want to open. So as you remember that we have changed the name of this action tag here, which was this one. So I'm going to copy this path from here, com.example.whatever, at the last your activity name comes. So in here I will copy this path from here, and I'm going to go to my main activity, and as an argument of this intent constructor I'm going to pass it here. Okay, so now everything is done. Now I just need to call this intent to start the activity. So there is a method called start activity which takes intent as an argument. Okay, so in this start activity just pass your intent variable, and now everything is done. Now we just need to call this method inside our onCreate method. So just copy the name of this method and just call it inside our main method. And now we are going to run our application. So now our activity is running now, which is our main activity. I will click this open second activity button, and once we click this, our second activity opens. By this button we can go back to our first activity, and once again when we click our button, it opens our second activity, right? Hello world. Okay, so in this way you can open your second activity using your first activity by using this intent method, so intent class. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see how to add analog and digital clock widget to your Android activity. And we are also going to make a small little app of these analog and digital clock widget, so that on the basis of button click we can decide which clock we want to display. So just go to your widgets or palette, and in here you will see the category called date and time, and in here you will see analog and digital clock. There is one more type of clock which is called text clock. It works almost similar to the digital clocks. So if you know how to use digital clock, you will be able to work with this text clock also. So in this video I will just take analog and digital clock, but you can also use text clock in a similar way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop this analog clock widget first and digital clock widget. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a button, and on this button click event, what I'm going to do is I am going to show, or I'm going to display the widget on alternate button click. So I can name my button as swap clock, for example. Okay, now all three widgets are here, so I can go to my Java file, which is mainActivity.java, and in here I'm going to add these three variables for the button clock, which is analog clock and digital clock. So now all these variables are created. Now we just need to write a method on this button click which can swap these clocks. So we are going to write the method public void on button click listener, for example. No argument we are going to pass, and in here we will cast these three variables once again. So now we have casted our three variables, and now we will add the listener to our button variable. So I will just take this button submit variable, and we will add set on click listener to this button, and inside the set on click listener we will set a new on click listener. Okay, and inside this on click method, what we are going to do is we are going to check this digital clock. So if this digital dot get visibility, and if it's this digital class dot gone, then we will make it visible. So in our if condition, we will make our digital clock visible. So digital dot set visibility, and we will make it visible. So digital clock dot visible. Okay, at the same time we will set the visibility of analog clock to gone. Okay, so analog clock or analog dot set visibility and analog clock dot gone, else we will do the opposites. Okay, so else, and in here we will do just the opposite of this action, which is we are going to disable digital clock and make visible the analog clock. Okay, now we just need to call this method inside our on create method, and now we are going to run our program. So now our app is running. You can see for the first time both clocks are visible, and they dynamically runs. So if here the time changes, this clock time also changes. Okay, now let's check the functionality of this button. So when I click swap clock, this digital clock is not active, but analog clock is active right now. Once again I will click swap clock, and now my digital clock is active and analog clock disappears, right? So on this button click, one clock appears and other clock disappears, right? So in this way you can use this analog clock and digital clock in your Android activity. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video and the next video, we are going to see how to create a simple login app using Android Studio. Now I decided to break this login app in two videos because if I show it in one video, this video can be really lengthy and boring. So let's get started. In this first video of this login app, we are going to design our login application, and we are going to set up all the resources. And in the next video, we are going to see how to write the backend code for this application. So let's get started. I have opened my Android Studio, and we are going to create a new Android Studio project. And in here we are going to name our application, for example, simple login app. Okay, and now I'm going to click next, and we are going to make this project for phone and tablets, and make sure whatever version you choose here, minimum SDK, it covers 100% of devices here. Click next, and we are going to choose the blank activity. Click next, and the activity name we are going to give is login. Okay, so login activity. Okay, now I'm going to finish my. So now our project is set up, and now this is the first activity we can see here, which is login activity. Now I'm going to create one more activity so that we can redirect the user if he provides valid login and password, so that it can be a user's activity, so that he can access some screen or some activity after login. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new activity, and I will name it as user activity. So in your app, just go to this resources folder or RES folder, and inside this you will be able to see this folder called layout. I'm going to right click this folder, and I'm going to create a new activity here, and this activity will also be a blank activity, and this activity I will name it as user activity. Okay, and I will finish this. So now we have two activities. One is login, which we will use to create our login page, and the other is user activity, which will open after authentication of the user. Okay. Now, what we are going to do is let's go to this activity underscore user dot xml and see the path or the context of this activity. You can see here. So what we are going to do is in our manifest folder, so in the app folder, there will be a folder called manifests, and inside this folder there will be a XML file called Android manifest file. Okay, Android manifest.xml file. I will click this, and here you can see your both activity. One is our main activity or the launcher activity, and the other is our user activity. So in here, what we are going to do is we are going to set up the intent filter for the second activity also. In our first activity, which is login activity, this intent filter is already there, right? But in this user activity, you can see only the name is there and the label is there, but there is no intent filter. Okay, so we are just going to copy this intent filter tag from our login activity, and we will go to this user activity which we have just created and paste this intent filter here. Now there can only be one launcher activity for your app, right? So the second activity will be a default activity. Launcher activity means that the first activity which will appear is this launcher activity, which is our login activity. Now the user activity is our default activity, and this we are going to open whenever we authenticate the user, right? And the name of this activity will be the content name of this second activity. So go to your activity underscore user dot xml file, and in here you can copy this path from here, which will be com dot whatever your path you have given here, com dot something dot something dot user, right? So just copy it here, go to the Android manifest.xml file and paste it here in the action Android colon name is equal to, and in the quotes you just paste this path here. Now we have successfully set up our second activity. Now we are going to design our first login activity here. So what we are going to do is in here we will uh, pick and place some text views and edit views, so that user can enter his login credentials. So now our design part is almost complete. We are going to do one more thing, which is transferring our all string constant to the string.xml file. So in your app folder, there will be a folder called values here in the resources folder. So go to resources or RES folder, and there will be a folder called values. And inside this values, there will be a folder called strings.xml file. And in here, you can define all your string constant, and it's a good practice to transfer all your string constant here so that you can easily find them, right? So what we are going to do is, once you have done designing your app, you can just go to this content tree, and in here on every text view and other button, you can see a small little warning yellow light, and when you click this, you will be able to see a small little button or bulb here, and just click this bulb, and this bulb says hard coded string login page should use a string resource. So Android Studio also gives us the option to define all the string constant in our string XML. So just click this message here, and then it will open your extract resources file, and file name here is strings.xml, and in here you can name your resource. So this text page is our text, right? So you can just name it as login underscore text. So it's just a ID for your string. Okay, and once you are done with that, you can click OK. Okay, so for the first time it can show the warning like this: rendering problem could not resolve resource. But when you do the same for other stuff like this one, username, you no longer face these problems. So this is for user name underscore text. Okay, and I will do the same for every text and edit text and button here, so that all these resources are transferred to my string.xml file. You can see we have created login underscore text, and the text on this login underscore text is login page. In the same way, we have defined one more tag for username. So I will do the same for other text boxes or text views and buttons, right? So now I have successfully defined all my strings to the string in the string.xml file. So now I have defined all my string constants or all my strings as constant, and I have transferred all my strings as constant in my strings.xml file. You can see all my strings like username, password, attempt, login have some a tag here or constant name here, so that I can reuse them in some different place using these tags or tag IDs, right? Now our designing is done. You can even go to the second activity, which is activity underscore user dot xml file, and go to the design, and in here I can just drag and drop a large text, and I can change the text. So now our design part is almost complete or complete, and in this video I'm going to just show you this design, and I'm going to stop this video here itself. And in the next video what we are going to do is we are going to write some code so that user can enter his username and password, and we will also provide some number of attempts here. And then once he logs in, and if the login is successful, he will be successfully redirected to the activity.xml file. So stay tuned for that video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In the last video we have seen how to design a simple login app in Android Studio. So we have completed in the last video the design part of our simple login app. In this video we will see how to write the code behind this button or login button so that we can perform some actions or validate username and password and then perform some action on button click. So let's get started. Now once we have completed our design, now we will go to the Java folder here, and in here we will go to the login.java folder. Okay, so we already designed our login page here. So what you can do is you can go to the login, open login from here, or directly go to the Java folder and in here go to login.java folder. Okay, and this is the Java code behind that login page activity, right? Now in here we are going to declare some variables inside our login class, and then we will add a button action perform method to our onCreate method. So let's declare some variables. We will declare two edit text boxes for username and password, and we will declare one text view for attempt and one for button. So let's do this. So now we have declared all our variables. I have declared one extra variable here which is called int attempt counter. So we want to provide minimum attempt or maximum attempt to the user, so that for example we just want to provide 5 attempts to the user to try login and password, and if these attempts are gone, then we want to do some other option, right? So now our variables are declared, and now we are ready to create our button click event. So I will name my method as public void login button, and in here we will just cast all these variables which we have declared here. So we will cast a username, password, and the attempt and the button variables. So now we have casted all our 4 variables which we have declared here, and now we are going to add the button click event to our login button. and on the basis of this button click event we are going to decide some action. Okay, so let's take this button and create a button click event. So login button dot set on click method, or set on click listener, and then we will create a new on click listener, and inside this on click method we are going to write our code. So first of all we want to check the text in the username and password. So we will just write if the password, so we will get the text from the username text field. So username dot get text, and then we will convert it to the string, and then we will check if it's equal to some predefined username. So dot equals, and we will check if it's equal to a keyword, for example user. Okay, or you can predefine your own username, right? And we also want to check the password, so we will give the and we will check for the password also. Okay, so inside this if we will add this and condition, and then we will add for same for the password. Okay, so I'm going to copy this code and paste it here, and here we will check for the password is equal to pass, for example. Okay, so what we are doing in this if condition, we are taking the text from the user in the user text field and the password text field, and we are matching if the user name entered is user and password entered is equal to this string called pass. And then if it's true, then what we are going to do is we are going to perform some action. So let's perform some action. We will just add a toast. Okay, now this is for the condition where username and password is correct. If the username and password is wrong, here we can, if the username and password is correct, we can also redirect this activity to the second user. This we will see in a moment, but let's define the else condition for this first. So else, what we are going to do here is we are going to reduce the number of count, right? Because we have defined maximum number of count is equal to 5 here, right? So we can reduce the number of count if the login is failed. So what we are going to do is, first of all we will show some message to the user that username and password is not correct, and then what we are going to do is we can reduce the number of attempts. So we can just reduce this counter by 1. So attempts minus minus, this will attempts this will reduce the number of attempts by 1. And if the counter is 0, we are going to disable if this counter is equal to 0. Then what we are going to do is we are going to disable this login button so that user cannot log in anymore. Dot set enabled is equal to false. Okay, so this is this condition we are going to write here. If the username and password is correct, we are going to show this message that username and password is correct. Otherwise, if the username and password is not correct, we are going to show this message that the username and password is not correct, and we are going to reduce this counter by -1, and then we are going to if the counter is 0, then we are going to disable this button, right? Now we are going to call this method in our onCreate method. So copy this method and paste it in onCreate, and here I can see some error, so I just want to change this edit text to text view, because this text view for attempt count is a text view, not edit text. Now we will add the code to open the new activity when username and password is correct. So if this username and password is correct, below our message that username and password is correct, we are going to create an instance of intent I, or whatever name you want to give, is equal to new intent, and as an argument we will pass the path to our second activity for the user. So just open your Android manifest.xml file, which we have edited last time, and in here just see what name we have given here. So just copy this name from here, Android name is equal to whatever the name is. This should start from com.example. Whatever name you have given, okay? And in this login we will just in the intent instantiation we will just paste this path here, okay? So we have pasted this path, and now we just want to start our activity, okay, using this intent. So start activity and just pass this intent as an argument, okay? One more thing we want to do here is we want to set the count to attempt text box, right? So what we can do here is we can take this attempt inside this login method, and just below the casting of these variable attempt dot set text, and we will set text is equal to whatever is the counter or current counter right now. So this is our counter, and we will convert this counter to text first, okay? So we will pass it like this, integer dot then to text, and then our counter here, okay? So now what you need to do is, once you have printed the number of attempt, just copy this code from here, and we also want to reduce the number of count and set this text to the attempt text box in the else condition. So once if the username and password is correct or not correct, we will reduce the counter and set the text to our attempts text box here, right? So just paste this here, okay? So this attempt.set text, you paste it 2 times, once at the starting after the casting of all the variables here, and second after the reduction of this counter by 1 in the else condition. Now we are going to run our program. So now our app is running, and now we are going to enter username and password. Remember, username should be user and password should be pass in order to a successful login, right? So we will enter first of all successful username and password, or correct username and password, and if the username and password is correctly entered, when we press this login button, you see it shows this message, username and password is correct, and we are redirected to the next page. Now let's try to enter some random username and password, and let's see the response. Okay, so once we enter the random username and password, and when we click this login button, it reduces the attempts and it shows username and password is not correct. Once again, username and password is not correct and it reduces the attempts. Once again, and last time when we click login, once the attempts becomes 0, then this login button is no more active. Okay, so it's disabled. So in this way you can make a simple login application using Android Studio. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see how to use images in your Android activity. And also we are going to make a cool app to change images on button click. So let's get started. First of all, we are going to add some images to our app. So go to your project and search for the folder called app, and inside this folder you will be able to see this folder called RES or resources folder, and inside this resources folder there will be a folder called drawable. So all your images you want to keep inside this drawable folder. So this is the folder for keeping all your image resources. So go to this drawable folder, right click on this drawable folder and go to new and click the option called image asset. Okay, so click the option called image asset, and in here you can add 4 type of image, or whatever image you choose, it will be converted into 4 types. One is HDPI, which is high DPI. Second is medium DPI or MDPI. Third is XDPI or XHDPI, which is extra high DPI, and XXHDPI, so high quality DPI. This is also. So I'm just going to click OK. Just choose one of them. It doesn't matter which one you choose, because whatever image you will choose, it will be converted into all these formats, right? So just click OK, and in here you will see there is a PNG default PNG file already provided by our project, and in here now we want to add our new files. So I have 2 Android icons here in my folder. You can find Android icons easily on internet or on some sites. So download these icons from here. These are PNG images in my case, but they can be different. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give my resource name first. So for example, AND underscore image 1. So this is the resource name you need to give for your image. Okay, and asset type is launcher icon, and in here in the image file you just need to give the path of your image. Okay, so for example my image path for this is, I will just copy the path here and paste it here, and then I can see my folder, and in here I can choose my PNG file. One is PNG file and other is JPG file. So I'm going to take both of the files and show you that both of them works. So first of all I will choose this Android 1 JPG file from here, and then this file will be converted into these 4 formats, right? And then I will click next, and all these options are okay, and I will click finish. And once you click finish, you will be able to see there are 4 type of images generated, which is HDPI, MDPI, XHDPI and XXHDPI, 4 types of images inside your drawable folder. These 4 types of images are generated because your app will be able to resize these images on the basis of the phone size, right? That's why it has generated these four type of images. I am going to add one more resource in the same way. Click next and finish. So now I have added two images inside my drawable folder, right? Now, in order to add these images to your Android activity, there is a widget called image view. So you can drag and drop this widget here, and in here you can resize this widget also. But first of all, what we are going to do is we are going to add some resource to this widget. So just double click this widget, and then in the source you just need to choose your source. So just click this small button uh, at the side of this source, and in here you will be able to see at the bottom your two images, and image 1 and and image 2. Okay, so I'm going to choose the first image and click OK, and now you will be able to see your image here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a button here. Okay, and I'm going to change this button name as switch image. So I'm going to use this for switching image. Switch image. Okay, now you can notice that the size of this image is not fitting to your Android activity. So you can drag the side of your image and resize it like this. Okay, and it will be resized. But by resizing this image view, you will also notice that this size of this image stays the same, which is small size, right? Now, in order to stretch your image according to the size of this image view, what you can do is there is a property here in your property. So select your image view here and search for the property called scale type. And in the properties, there will be a property called scale type in here. And by default, this will be center, scale type. So when you click this section here in front of the scale type property, you will be able to change your scale type. So I'm going to choose fit center, and it's going to get a little bit bigger according to the center, right? And you can choose other properties of scale type to fit your requirement. For us, fit center is okay for now. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a click event to this button, and we are going to choose the second image using this button. So we are going to make an app. Whenever users click this button, is going to change this images again and again and again. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my main activity.java file. So just click this file, and in here, first of all, we are going to declare our two image view and button variables, right? So now we have declared our two variables, and now we are going to create a method which we are going to call in our onCreate method. So let's create a method, public void button click method, for example, and inside this First of all, we are going to cast these two variables. One is for image, and we will assign the ID of the widgets to them. So now we have casted our variables, and now we are going to take this button submit, and we are going to set our on click method to it. So button submit dot set on click listener, and inside this on click listener we are going to call our new on click listener. Now inside this on click method, what we are going to do is, first of all, let's declare two more variables at the top, and these variables will be one for current image index. So this will be private int current image index, and second we are going to declare an int array for the images. So images is equal to, and we are going to initialize this array by the images themselves. So we are going to find the ID of these images. These images are in the drawable folder, you can see here. So we can just find them by r dot drawable dot, now the name of this. So my first image name is and image1. In a same way you can find second image. So I'm going to add this third image called IC underscore launcher, which was already present. So r dot drawable dot IC underscore launcher. Okay, so now we have array of 3 images in this image variable, right? So now in our on click method, what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to increase the index of this current image. So current image plus plus, and then this current image will be, we are going to assign it to the current image modulus the length of your image array. So we are going to take this images variable dot length. Okay, so now what we are going to do is, on the basis of this index, we can call this index, which will indicate this these images one by one, right? So what I'm going to do is, in this image view variable, I'm going to set the image. So image view dot set, and I'm going to set the image, and this will be the image resource. So set image resource, and then we are going to take this array of image, and then we are going to call these images on the basis of index, and index is this one, right? So now our code is ready. One more thing we need to do is, we need to call this button click event inside our on create method, right? Now we are ready, so we are going to run our app. So now our app is running, and you can see this image on our activity, and let's click this button, and let's see what happens while clicking this button. So I'm going to click this button, and the image changes. Once again, I'm going to click this button, and the image changes. So every time you click this button, this index changes in the image array, and we can see new array. Or if you want to just set one image, what you can do is, instead of writing this code, and in here you can directly call your r.drawable dot whatever image name you have inside here. Okay, and this will just call your one image, and it will not switch your images one by one. Okay, so this is direct calling of image using this set image resources. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners, and in this video we will see how to use list view in our Android activity. So list view we can use whenever we want to display some list in our activity. So let's get started and let's see how we can use list view with an example. So just go to your palette. I have this blank project made, and in my activity I'm just going to drag and drop a container called list view. So drag and drop this container called list view in your Android activity. Okay, now what we are going to do is, in order to populate this list, what we are going to do is we are going to create another layout with our text boxes, and then we will populate multiple text boxes in this list view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click my layout and go to new, and in here the last option is the XML file. So go to XML and then click layout XML value, and then give a name to your layout. So I will name it as, for example, I want to make a list of names, so I will name it as name list, for example, name underscore list, and I will finish, and this will create a new XML file in my layout folder of inside the resources folder. Now I'm going to click this name underscore list.xml file, and I'm going to go to the design view of this list, and in here this is a linear layout, so I'm going to change this tag to text view. So just change it to text view. Okay, and same we will do here. So we will initialize and end this text view with the keyword text view, right? Now what we are going to do is we will go to our main activity here, and in here in our Java folder we will go to the main activity.java, and in here first of all we will declare this variable called list view. So once you have declared this list view, we can create a method for this list view item click event, right? So first of all we will make an array to populate our list view. So for example, we can make an array of string for names, so we have declared this array of string, and I have declared some names inside this array, and we are going to use this array to populate our list view. Now there is something called adapter, and this adapter is like as the name suggests, adapter between the data and the view. Okay, so we are going to declare the adapter, and then using this adapter we are going to join this data and the list view. So first of all, let's declare a method. So public void, and we will name it as list view, for example. And now inside this list view, what we are going to do is we are going to first of all cast our list view variable, which is this one, and we will find by ID. Now we are going to create an adapter for our list view. So array adapter, and this will be a string adapter, or so we will pass string data type for this, and then we will name our variable as adapter itself is equal to new array adapter. And in here this takes 3 argument. One is the context, which is this itself. Second is the list, sample list. So we have created this name underscore list layout here, right? So what we are going to do is we can call this by r dot layout dot name list, right? And then it takes the data. So for us the data is this strings of name or array of name, right? So we will just pass this array of name as the third argument. And now we can use our list view to load this. So list view dot set adapter, and we can pass this adapter inside this set adapter function. Okay, and what it's going to do is it's going to load all the data into our list view. Okay, now let's add some functionality of to our list view. So whenever we click some item of the list, it should display the content of the list or something like this in the message, right? So let's do this. First of all, what we are going to do is we are going to take our list view and we will set item click event. So we will set item click event, okay, or set on click item, right? So just choose this option called set on item click listener, and inside this set on item click listener we will create new on item click listener. And inside this function on item click, we can use this position of the item or ID of the item to display something. Okay, so for example we can use this position, and what we can do is using this position we can get the value of the item. So I'm going to create a string variable and I will name it as value is equal to, we will cast the value, so string, and then we will take our list view and dot get item. Okay, so we will take the item at the position. Okay, and we will pass this item called position here, or this position here, so it takes the position. And now we have the name of the item at this position, whatever we click. Okay, so we will use toast to display the value and the position. Toast dot make text, and it takes 3 argument as we know. First is the name of your activity or context dot this. Second argument it takes is the message itself, so we are going to create some message. For example, and we will take this position from here, and then we can display the value, right? Value, and this value we can take from this string value, right? Okay, now the third argument we will pass here is the toast dot length. Okay, and then we will show this toast, and now our function is done, right? So now what we are going to do is we are just going to call this function in our onCreate method in here, and now we are going to run our program. So now our program is running, and you can see all the names are populated inside our list, and these names are these names, right? And once we click on some name, for example this name, we can see the position of this name is 0 because index of the list starts from 0, and the name appears, the value is Tom, right? Once we click this name called Mark, the position is 1 and value is Mark. We will click third name, position is 2, value is John. Okay, so in this way you can populate a list view using your string or using this adopter, right? So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners, and in this video we will see how to use seek bar with your Android activity. So what is a seek bar? Seek bar is like a progress bar, or you can say it's an extension of progress bar with a thumb attached to it. Okay, so let's take an example how to use seek bar, and let's see how to do it. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my palette and search for a widget called seek bar. It's in the widgets, and here it is. You can just drag and drop into your activity. You can also change the property of the seek bar so that its width it's adjusted to the width of your layout. So go to the property called layout underscore width or layout colon width, and instead of wrap content you can change this width layout width to fill parent, and it will fill the parent or the layout. Okay, now the second thing we are going to use here is a text box, and we are going to take a large text box, and in here we can show the progress of the seek bar or what's happening in the seek bar. Now let's go to our main activity.java, and let's write some code to our main activity.java file. So I'm going to go to my main activity.java. So now I'm going to declare two variables. One is seek bar and other is text view. Okay. So now we have declared two variables. One is seek bar and other is text view, and let's declare a method which we can call in our onCreate method. So it will be public void seek bar, for example, and let's write some code inside this method. And first of all, we are going to cast our seek bar and text view variables. So let's cast them. So now our casting is done, and now we will add the listener to this seek bar. But let's first set some text on our text view so that it can print the progress of the seek bar. So text view dot set text, and inside we can just set some text, for example covered some amount of seek bar or something like this. plus the seek bar variable, and we will check the progress. So get progress of the seek bar. So let's check the progress of the seek bar, and then we will show this progress against the maximum value the seek bar can show, right? So let's show it against the maximum value. So plus seek bar dot get max. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to take our seek bar and add a listener to this seek bar. So take the seek bar dot set seek bar change listener, and in here we will add a new seek bar change listener. So new on seek bar change listener, and you will notice that whenever you press enter, it adds three method to your on seek bar change listener. One is on progress change, other is on start tracking touch, and third is on stop tracking touch. So this one first is for tracking the progress of your seek bar, second is tracking the start of your seek bar, and third one is for tracking the stop of your seek bar. Okay, so now what we are going to do is in this set on click change seek bar listener, let's create a variable int progress value, for example, and this we are going to use to store the progress of this seek bar. Now we are going to go into this method called on progress change method, and in here you can see a variable called progress, and this will give you the progress of the seek bar. So we will assign this progress to our user defined variable, which is progress value. So progress is equal to progress. Okay, and now we will assign this progress to the text view also. Okay, so what we are going to do here, we are going to copy the same text which we have set on the text view. But let's see what is this error. This error, when we hover over this progress underscore value, it says the variable progress value is accessed from the inner class. That means you should define this inside your seek bar method in here, right? Or better, you can do it even inside here. Okay, and then what we are going to do is we will copy this text view dot set text and paste it here, and instead of this get progress, we will just pass this progress variable here. Okay, so this will show us the progress of our seek bar in the text view. Okay, the same we are going to do in the stop tracking touch, because whenever the seek bar process or seek bar drag is stopped, we also want to show this value on the text box, but this is stored in this progress value, which is a global variable for these three methods. So change it to the progress value, and then we can also show some text message using toast. Okay, so we will use toast dot make text, which takes three arguments. First is your class name or your context, so main activity dot this. Second is the message, for example seek bar in progress. Okay, and let's add the third argument, toast dot length long, and we will show this, right? The same messages we can add to our other two method here. One is for start tracking. So in here seek bar, we can say start tracking or seek bar in start tracking, and in here we will just add same toast or message, and we will say seek bar in stop tracking. Okay, now I think our method is done, so we just need to call this method inside our onCreate method in here, and we just need to run our program. So let's run the program. So now our program is running, and you can see initial status of our seek bar is 0, and the maximum value of the seek bar is 100, right? So because it's on the top left end of the seek bar, that's why our progress is 0 right now against 100. Now let's try to drag this thumb towards right, and let's see what happens. So I drag it, and you can see it changes this value which is covered, and it changes the message or toast in here, right? So the process changes and the message here also changes, right? You can see the process changes, and here the message according to the change of the seek bar appears, right? So in this way you can track the process of seek bar using get process method of seek bar and the process method. And that's it for this video. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe. And hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see how to use WebView with your Android activity. So let's take an example, and let's see how we can use WebView in our Android activity. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a button and I will change its text to open URL. Okay, and also I'm going to change its property, which is layout colon width, to fill parent, so that it covers all the width. Now I'm going to take a text edit from here. So go to the text field and take a text edit from here. I'm going to take this plain text, but you are free to choose other text view also, or edit text also. Now this edit text also I'm going to change the property for the layout underscore width or layout colon width to fill parent. Okay, so it fills the width. Now the most important thing we are going to use here is the web view. So just search for a web view in the palette and drag and drop into your activity, and then you can resize your web view, and you can change the property of this web view to fill parent. So the layout width of this I'm going to change it to fill parent, and the layout height also fill parent. Okay, so it can cover all the remaining area of the activity. Now what I'm going to do is in this edit text, let's enter some default text so that we don't have to type a long URL for it for the first time. So let's open, for example, google.com with this. So I'm going to add the URL https colon / and then www.google.com. Okay, now we are ready to write the code for our activity. So we will go to the Java, and in the main activity.java file we will first of all declare these variable which we have used. So let's declare these variables. Okay, so I have declared my all three variables, one for button, one for edit text, and the last for web view. Now we are going to make a function for the button click event. So let's make a function void or better public void open URL. And then inside this function, first of all, we will cast our three variables which we have declared. One is for button and edit text and browser. So now we have declared all three variables, or we have casted our all three variables, and now we will add the button click event to our button variable. So let's add a button click event, button submit dot set on click listener, and here we will set a new on click listener, and inside this on click method we are going to write our code. But first of all, let's do the important one important thing. So to open any URL or any web page, you need to provide the permission to open or to permission to use internet, right? So go to your manifest folder in your app folder, and in here you will be able to see a folder called android manifest.xml, and in here you can set your permission. So go just above your application element or tag, and in here we will provide our permissions. Okay, so in here what you need to do is you need to type this line of code, which is in the angular brackets. You need to add this tag called user minus permission, and then give the name android colon name is equal to, in the quotes, android dot permission dot internet. Okay, so you need to add this extra line to your android manifest dot xml file. Now everything is okay. Now we are ready to write some code for our on click listener. So let's take this browser, and what we are going to do is, first of all, let's declare a string to get the URL. Okay, so string URL is equal to, and then we will take the text from the edit text. So URL text dot get text, and then we will convert it to string, and then this URL we can pass to our web view, right? Now let's take this browser variable, and let's set some properties to this browser. So the first property we are going to add here is, first of all, get settings, and then set, let's set the images, loading of images. So load image automatically is equal to true, and the second property we are going to set is for the JavaScript. So browser dot get settings, and then dot set JavaScript enabled is equal to true, and the third property we are going to set is for the scroll bar. So browser dot set scroll bar style, and then in here we will use this view dot. So we are going to set scroll bar inside overlay. So scroll bar inside overlay. Okay, and now we can load some URL to our browser. Okay, so what we are going to do is we can just call a load URL function on our browser, load URL, and it takes a string as an argument, and we have already extracted our string or URL from our edit text in this URL, right? So we can pass it here. So now everything is done, hopefully. So just call this open URL function in your onCreate method, and let's run our program. So our program is running now, and you can enter any URL in this edit text. Our default URL is https://www.google.com. So let's click this open URL button from here, and let's see if it opens our URL. Yes, it opens, right? So it opens our web page when we click the button, and we can go back once again, and we can just click it once again, and it will open your URL in the web view. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see how gestures works in Android. So there are some common gestures like tap, double tap, scroll, fling, long press, and other gestures which can be used with our Android screen. And let's see how these gesture events work, and we will see how we can call these function to record these gestures. So first of all, I have this blank project, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a long text and drag and drop here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my Java folder, and in here main activity.java file, and in here first of all I'm going to add some libraries for gesture. So I'm going to add these three libraries. The library names are import android.view.motion event. First is this. Second is import android.gesture. Okay, and the third library is import static android.view.gesture.asterisk. Now once you have imported all these classes, we will implement this gesture detector interface to our class. So this is our class, which is public class main activity, which extends or inherits action bar activity, and in here we will implement implements, and what we are going to implement is one is the gesture listener. So gesture listener, so on gesture listener. And the second we are going to add is gesture detector dot tap, double tap listener. Okay, so once you add or implement these two interfaces to your class, you will be able to see some kind of squiggly red line which shows that this method or this interface has some classes or functions which are not implemented. Okay, so just click on this red bulb here. You will be able to see this red bulb, and just click here or alt enter, and in here just click the first option, which is implement methods. Okay, So click implement methods, and in here this box will show you all the method related to this gesture detector on double tab listener, which is on single tap confirm, on double tap confirm, on double tap event. So these are the three events which are included through on double tap listener, and some of the method are included through on gesture listener also, which are on down, on show press, on single tap, on scroll, on long, and on fling. These are all the gesture methods. So each method is related to one gesture. Okay, so just click OK, and you will be able to see all the gesture methods will be automatically included in your class. Okay, so these are some of the common gestures. Okay, now what we are going to do is, first of all, we will declare these variables. One is our text view variable, and other method is private gesture detector combat, which detects the gesture, and then we will declare the instance of it. For example, gesture detect. Okay, and it will show error because we need to include this library. So you just click alt enter and import the class. Okay, so now the class is imported, which is this class android.support.v4.view.gesture detector compat. Okay, this class is imported. Now we will cast this text view first in our onCreate method. And we will also create an instance of this gesture detect instance. Okay, so in here, so gesture detect is equal to new gesture detector compat, and this constructor takes two arguments, and these arguments are, if you can just see here, these arguments are the context and on gesture listener. So both we will define as this. So the context is this class itself. Okay, and once again we will use this instance, and we will set double tap listener to this gesture detect, and the context will be this for this also. Okay, now what we are going to do is let's use this text view to show the method which is called. So for example, we add or we perform some gesture, for example double tap or show press or on scroll gesture. This method or these method will be called whenever we perform any gesture on our Android screen. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to print which method is called in this text view. So just copy this text view variable from here and just go a little bit down, and for each method which is created by these gesture listener and on double tap listener, we will add one method to each text view to each method. Okay, so text view dot set text, and inside this method, or as an argument of this set text, we will pass the name of the method simply. Okay, so we know that which method is called, and it will be printed in this text box. The same thing I'm going to do for all the method. So on double tap, so we have just added the set text method to the text view so that we can print the method called on the text view. Okay. You can even call these motion event method in your text set text view. Okay. So for example, I want to add the motion event for this. I can just add a concatenation operator e dot toString. Okay, and this, what it's going to do is it's going to print the motion event string here. So you can add this to every method, but it's not necessary, but you can do it to get the extra information about your method which is called. Okay, same you can do for on scroll e1 and e2, and you can call e1.toString plus e2.toString. Okay, so e2.toString. Okay, same you can do for every method where motion event method is there. Okay, now what we are going to do is, once we have added this text view dot set text to all these methods, we can call, or we just need to call one more method. Okay, and that method is on touch event. Okay, so go here just before the declaration of all these method related to gesture detector and gesture on double tap listener. All the methods are implemented here. So you can call this method above all these method or below all these method. It doesn't matter. I'm going to add this on touch event method above all these method which are created by on double click listener and on gesture detector. Okay, so in here, go here and just press alt insert. Okay, so just press alt plus insert, and then you will be able to see some auto generation code options, and we are going to choose override method from here. So just choose override methods, and in here there are so many methods, and the method we are searching for is on touch event. So just make sure that this filter is set here from which adjusts the alphabetical order, so it will be easier to find this method. So in here you just need to scroll down, and if you don't find, just close first two categories here, and then search in the third category and search for on touch event, which is this event. Okay, so search for on touch event here and click OK, and this have created us this on touch event. And inside this on touch event, just before this return on touch event, we are going to just use our gesture detector variable or gesture detector object, which is an instance of gesture detector compat. Inside this on touch event, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this gesture detect dot on touch event, and just pass this event as an argument. Okay, and I think our code is ready, so let's run our code now. So now our app is running, and you can see there is nothing inside our text view right now, but Once you scroll here or tap here or long tap here, all the method will be recorded. For example, I scroll and you can see on scroll method is called, and you can also see the details of this motion detection, which is the coordinates here, the action performed, the time, event time, and other features which are called by this event e2 string, right? So you can scroll, tap, or fling, and on fling you can see, or you can long press, or you can double click, double tap, or you can play with this gestures, and you will be able to see all the methods are called one by one on each gesture. And if you don't want to see all this extra information, just remove this e.to string and you will just be able to see this method which is called. So I hope you understood the basic concept of gestures. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, and subscribe, and bye. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see what are fragments in Android and how we can use fragments. And we will also see an example how to use fragments so that we can understand it in a better way. So first of all, what is a fragment? A fragment represents a behavior or a portion of user interface in an activity. That means we use fragment inside an Android activity. And you can combine multiple fragments in a single activity to build a multi-pane user interface. And you can reuse a fragment in multiple activities. So I will show you a picture which will give a demonstration how a fragment can work. But let's see what is an advantage of fragment. So the greatest advantage of fragment is that it simplifies the task of creating UIs for multiple screen sizes, and activity can contain number of fragments. Okay, so let me give you an example so that you can understand it in a better way. This picture I have taken from android.com, so you can also see this picture, and in here you can see this fragment example for tablet and handset. Okay, and in here you can see in the tablet example two fragments, fragment A and fragment B, because tablet screen is bigger, so you can adjust, or you can insert two fragments inside one activity here. Okay, so this is a tablet screen and which contains an activity, and inside here there are two fragments. One fragment is this one, this block which is green here. Another fragment is this one, and this is something like whenever you click a button you will be able to see the corresponding screen related to the button action, right? So when you click some button for some image, for example some landscape image, you click landscape button, you will be able to see landscape image, or some person's image, or some country or region's image when you click them, right? So in this tablet example there are two fragments inside activity, and whenever you click these button in one fragment, you will be able to see the corresponding response in other fragment. In the same way, because handsets screen are small, so here you have activity A and fragment A inside this activity, and activity B which contains fragment B. So whenever you click some button in fragment A in in activity A, you will be able to see this activity V inside this fragment, or fragment B inside this activity, right? So the basic idea is the reusability of your code, because you can use multiple fragments. So you can create a fragment and reuse it in multiple activities. And basically, if you make fragments, it will reduce your code writing, and you will be able to write a really good code. Now let's take an example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new project for this fragment example, and in here I will name my project as fragment example, and in here I will choose the default minimum SDK. And in here, note that we can use fragment above API 11, so it's better to use API 11 or above to use fragment in a better way. So I will use API 11 or Android 3.0, which is Honeycomb, and then I will click next, and I will create a blank activity. Click next, and I will leave them as default and click finish. So now our blank project is created, and we can see this hello world text view here. I'm going to delete it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my text view of this activity main.xml file, and instead of relative layout, we are going to use linear layout here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just change this relative layout to linear layout. Okay, now when you change this layout here from relative layout to linear layout, you will be able to see a error here, and this is nothing but whenever you add some child to your activity, or then this error can occur. So for fixing this error, what you need to do is you just need to go to the property here, and in here go to the property called orientation and change the orientation to vertical, and this error will be gone. Okay, because our layout is linear. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to take two buttons, and we are going to listen for this button click events, and we will try to open two different fragments using these two buttons. Okay, so I will rename these buttons as, for example, fragment 1, and the second button I will name as fragment 2. Okay, and I will just change the property layout width property of these two fragments to fill or match parent. Okay, so they cover the whole width. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some fragment to our project. So go to your app folder, and inside this app folder go to resource directory, and inside this go to this layout folder where your activity underscore main.xml file is there. Now just click this layout folder and right click it and create new, and we are going to create a new fragment which is a blank fragment, and we will name this fragment as, for example, fragment 1. Okay, fragment 1 or fragment 1, like this, and I will click finish. In a same way, I will once again add a second fragment. So I will right click on layout, new fragment, blank fragment, and I will name it as fragment 2. Okay, fragment 2. So this will create two fragments for us. This fragment is the fragment number 2 and this fragment is fragment number 1. Okay, now let's change the background color of these two fragments so that we can recognize the fragments. So for example, this fragment, I will just change the background color to a little bit reddish. Let's see what color we can choose for fragment 1. For example, green. Okay, so that we can recognize these two fragments. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, here you will be able to see inside your Java folder there are two Java file will be created for fragment 1 and fragment 2, that are fragment1.java. I'm going to click this fragment1.java file, and in here you will be able to see this all code is created for you by Android Studio for you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, to make things simple, I will just remove all the code and I will just leave one method here, and this method will be on create view method, and all the other methods I will delete. Okay, so there is only one method I'm going to leave, which is on create, and we will do the same for fragment 2 also. So we will click fragment2.java file and we will delete all the code other than on create view method. So delete all the code inside this class and just leave this on create view method. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to once again go to my activity underscore main.xml file, and I will try to add this fragment in this remaining space. Okay, so I will go to text, and in here I'm going to add this fragment. So just add a fragment, and this will create a fragment for you, and you can choose which width and layout height you want. So I want to add match parent for the height and width. Okay, now you can add some more properties to this fragment, like ID. So I'm going to add some ID. In order to save time, I will just copy and paste this, and ID, for example, we will name fragment place, for example. Okay, now you can also add the default fragment here, so that whenever we will run our activity, some default fragment should be set inside this fragment. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to add a default fragment to it. So just write Android name, and we will add a default fragment here. So inside these double quotes, go to your fragment1.xml file in here and just copy the name of this fragment from here, or context, com.example. Whatever is the name of your fragment. So just copy this from here and go to your activity underscore main.xml file and paste it under Android :name. Okay, now this will create a fragment in your activity. Now we are almost done with our design, and what we want to do is, we just want to write the code so that whenever we click a button, a fragment related to that button will be displayed in this fragment area. Okay, so there is a abstract class called fragment manager we use to work with fragments. So this fragment class or fragment manager class, what is this? So to manage fragments, we need a fragment manager. This is an abstract class in Android that helps us to handle transaction between fragments. Okay, and we also are going to use a fragment transaction class, and these transaction, or with transaction we mean a sequence of steps like add, replace, or remove fragments. Okay, so let's add some code to our main activity.java file. So let's add some code to our main activity.java file. So go to the Java folder here and then go to main activity.java, and in here first of all we need to import some library to add these fragment manager and fragment transaction. Okay, so just add these three libraries or import these three libraries, which is import android.app.fragment. Second is import android.app.fragment manager, which we will use to change fragment or remove fragment, right? And import the third library called android.app.fragment transaction. Okay, so you just need to add these three libraries, and now we are going to add a function. Okay, so let's add a function, for example void change fragment, for example. Okay, and we will pass one argument, view. Okay, and then inside this function or method we are going to write our code. Let's make it public, and to resolve this just press Alt Enter. Now inside this method what we are going to do is, first of all we will create an instance of fragment. So fragment, and we will name it as fragment itself, for example. Okay, now we want on button click event we want to open a fragment, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to check which button is clicked first. So if view is equal to find view by ID, and we will search for example ID of button 1 first of all. So r.id.button, which is our first button, and if this button is selected we will write some code. Otherwise, if the other button is clicked, what we are going to do, we will just copy the same code, but this time we will check if button 2 is clicked or not. Okay, now inside these if condition, if button 1 is clicked, what we are going to do is we will assign to this instance the object of fragment 1. Okay, so this is our fragment 1 class which inherits fragment, right? So we can use polymorphism property here. So to this fragment instance, which is our instance of fragment, we can just assign a new fragment1 class or object like this. Okay, and if the button 2 is selected, we will just call fragment2 class, which is this one, fragment2, with a spelling like this. Okay, so it should be fragment2. Okay, so we have created fragment1 and fragment2 classes. Whenever we have created this layout, it's automatically created these classes, fragment1 and fragment2, right? Now once you assigned the instances of fragment1 and fragment2 to the main fragment instance, now we will add a fragment manager, and then we will do some transaction. So go to your first if condition, and here we will create an instance of fragment manager. We will name it as fm, for example, is equal to, and what we are going to do, we are going to call a function called get fragment manager. Okay, and then we will create an instance of fragment transaction, and we will name this fragment transaction instance as ft, which will be fm, which is our fragment manager, dot begin transaction. Okay, and using this transaction, what we want to do is we want to replace, or we want to replace the fragment to the fragment 1. If the fragment 1 fragment 2 is placed in the fragment in our main activity, then whenever button 1 will be clicked, it will replace the fragment to fragment 1. Okay, so we will just use this ft dot replace, and this replace function takes two arguments. One is the fragment id. So if you remember, whenever you go to this activity underscore main dot xml file, here we have given the id to this fragment, right, which was fragment place, right? So we have created this fragment, and the id for this fragment was fragment place, or you can see, click this fragment and you can see the id fragment place here. So we will go to the main activity.java file, and in here pass the first argument by placing the id of the fragment, right? So r dot id dot fragment place. Okay, and the second argument it takes is the fragment instance, which is this one. Okay, now we will do the same for the other if condition. If button 2 is selected, what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this and paste it here. Okay, with no changes. So now our code is almost complete. There is one more thing I think which is remaining, is whenever we call fragment transaction, we need to commit this transaction. So ft dot commit. Okay, so whenever you begin a transaction, you need to commit the transaction also. So just place this transaction code here. And one more thing which is remaining is we need to add this method to the button click event of button 1 and button 2. So we have created this change fragment method. So go to your main activity, or activity underscore main dot xml, and in here just choose the button 1. So just select button 1 and search for the property called on click, and select your method which you have created, change fragment. Okay, same we will do for fragment 2. So select fragment 2 and search for the property called on click, and select your change fragment method from here. So whenever some button is clicked, this method will be called. Now we are going to run our program. So now our program is running. You can see by default this fragment 1 is selected here. If you remember, we have given green color to fragment 1 and red color to fragment 2, right? So by default fragment 1 is selected, and whenever I click this button fragment 2, the fragment 2 will be set in here, right? Whenever I click fragment 1 is set. So you can just change these fragments by clicking these buttons, right? Now in these fragments you can create your functionality, like if you want to add some image, you want to make a registration form, or some UI which you want to add to the fragment, and on the button click, these fragment will be replaced on fly whenever you click button. So in this way fragment works in Android. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. And in this video we will see how to use autocomplete text view in Android. Autocomplete text view is just like normal edit text, but the main advantage or main feature of this text view is it will give you some suggestion while typing some text inside this text view. So let's get started. First of all, I have this blank project, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for autocomplete text view in the expert category here. So this is autocomplete text view. Just drag and drop into your activity, and then you can change the ID, or you can even change the text inside this. I'm going to leave this text as empty, and I'm going to leave this ID as it is. Okay, and if you want, you can just change the property of this autocomplete text view as layout width. I will change it to match parent. Okay, so that it fills the parent, right? So just change the width, layout width to match parent, and it will be resized. Now what we are going to do is we are going to go to our main activity.java folder here, or Java file here, and in here first of all we will define autocomplete text view instance. So just write auto complete text view, and then just give the name of this variable. I will name it as AC text view, for example, and then for showing some list inside this autocomplete text view, for the list of suggestion, what you can do is you can define a string array. So I will define a string array, and for example we want to enter some country names inside this text view, and we want some suggestions. Okay, so depending upon the characters we insert in this text view, we want to match them to the country name characters and then give us the suggestion. Okay, so I will name my variable as, and I will initialize this string array by some values. So I'm not going to take every country name, just some country names which start from A. Okay, you can extend this array by taking each and every country name or array of your choice, and then what we are going to do is we are going to take this auto control text view, and we will just find the ID of the auto control text view from our activity main.xml. Now what we are going to do is, first of all we need to create an adapter or array adapter which we can uh, set to this autocomplete text view. So let's declare this array adapter variable. Array adapter is equal to new array adapter, and this takes three arguments. First is the context, second is the style, so we will take the style from Android, dot r dot layout dot simple dialog item. Okay, and then the third argument we will pass it as our array, string array. And now once our adapter is created or adapter instance is created, we just need to set two things. One is we just need to set, so just take your array adapter instance from here, dot set threshold. And what this threshold does is it it takes an argument which is an integer. So for example, we give argument as 1, so it will wait, your array adapter text view will wait for one character to show the hints, right? If we enter here 2, then your array adapter text view will wait for two characters to be entered, and then it will show the suggestion or hints. Okay, so it depends upon you how many characters you want to enter to get the suggestions. Okay, and the second thing is we just need to set this adapter. So just use this variable text view, autocomplete text view dot set adapter, and we will set the same adapter which we have created here. Okay, so this is the code. Now we are going to just run our program. So now our app is running and we just need to check whether it works or not. So let's check. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to enter some country name with start from A, for example A, and it shows me this hint. So because we have set here set threshold as 1, so we will get the suggestion whenever we enter our first character like this. Okay, and for example, I want to search AR, I get the two countries suggestion, Argentina and Armenia. For example, I want to search for AU, it gives me two options, or I can search for AZ, it gives me one option. So in this way you can create a autocomplete text view, and you can provide the hints according to your array, and in this way you can use autocomplete text view in Android. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, and subscribe, and bye. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners, and in this video we will see how to use time picker in Android. Time picker you can use to choose some time whenever you are making some activity related to time, or Android app related to time setting or time picking. So let's see how we can use time picker with an example. So what you are going to do is, or what you need to do is, first of all create a blank project for you, and then go to your palette and search for date and time category, and in here choose time picker control and drag and drop into your activity. And time picker looks like this, And what we are going to do in this example is we are going to show the time chosen by the time picker in a toast using a button. Okay, so let's take a button and we change the text of this button as show time, and the ID I will leave it as default, which is button itself. Now our design is complete, so we can go to our main activity.java in our Java folder. So just go to the main activity.java file, and in here first of all we will declare the object of time picker and button. So our objects are created now, and now what we are going to do is we are going to create a function, and this function we are going to write a code. Whenever the button is clicked, we want to show the time which is picked by time picker. So let's create a function, public void show time, which takes no arguments, and inside this function we are going to first of all cast our object which we have declared. First is for date time picker, so we have successfully casted both our objects, and now we are going to take this object of button and we will call set on click method on this button, and then inside this set on click method we are going to write the code to show the time, right? So take the button instance dot set on click listener, and inside this we are going to create a new on click listener, and inside our on click method what we are going to do is let's take a toast to show the time. So toast dot make text, and first instance let's take the get base context. Second is the actual text in which we want to show the time. So for example we will take this time picker instance dot get current hour, and this will give you the current hours. So for example if the time is 11:15, then it will show you 11, right, because it's hour. Plus we want to also show the minute also, for example. So after this we will concatenate it with minutes. So time picker dot get current minute. Okay, and the third argument is the duration. So toast dot, let's take length short, and then we are going to show this message, so show. Okay, now our code is complete. The only thing which remains is the calling of our function inside on create method. So just call it inside on create method, or copy this function inside on create method, and now we can run our program. Let's do one thing more. Here is I forgot to give this concatenation operator, so just give it, and now let's run our program. So now our app is running. Now you can see the date time picker and the button here, and you can choose the time by clicking on this green palette here. So right now the time is 11, and if you want to change the minutes you can just click this thing, and you can change minute by dragging this arrow on the circle like this. Or if you want to change the time, you can change it by clicking on time and dragging this like this. Okay, so for example, I want to set 2:15, so I can set it like this, and I can also even set the AM or PM options. And now, for example, I want to set or show the time. So when I click show time button, it's going to show the time. Okay, 2:15. Let's change the time to some new time, and let's change it to 10:55, and it shows 10:55, right? So in this way you can use date time picker. There is one more option. Right now you can see it in 24-hour format. You can set it to other formats using set. So you can take this time picker and call set is 24-hour as true, and it will be changed to, I think, 12-hour or something like this. Okay, so you can do this also to set the time options. So in this way you can use date time picker or time picker in Android. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners, and in this video we will see how to use time picker dialog in Android. In the last video we have seen how to use time picker in Android, and the main issue you can say with time picker is that it occupies a large space in Android activity. And time picker dialog you can use when you want to utilize your activity space, and this time picker dialog can pop up when some button is pressed, so you can efficiently utilize the space inside the activity. So let's see how we can use time picker dialog in Android. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a button, and I will change the text of this button as show time picker dialog. Okay, and we just need this button in order to open the time picker dialog. So we will directly go to the main activity.java file. So just go to your Java folder and open your main activity.java, and in here we will write the code for time picker dialog. So first of all, let's create the object for button. So button stpd for show time picker dialog, right? And we will also create 3 variables for minute, hour, and dialog ID. Okay, so let's create those 3 variables. First will be the dialog ID, which is an integer. So let's create it. Static final int dialog ID, and I can initialize it with 0. And now we are going to declare 2 variables which will be holding the hour and minute for us using time picker, right? So int hour and int minute, for example. And let's add some other text to minutes, for example minute x and hour x, so that it can be identified as user defined variables. Okay, so once we have created these 3 variables, what we can do is we can create a method in which we can call this button click event, and inside this button click event we can call our show dialog method to show this time picker. Okay, so let's create a public method, public void show time picker dialog, for example. And this is a user defined method which we are creating, and in here we are going to cast our button. Okay, so button is equal to button find view by id r dot id dot button. Now once you have casted your button, you can use this button object to call set on click method. Okay, so set on click listener on the button object, and inside the set on click method we can use new on click listener. Okay, and once you call this new on click listener, inside this on click method you can call a method called show dialog, and this method you can use to pop up the dialog. Okay, and the dialog type we can define it later, but what we are going to do is we will pass this dialog id in here in show dialog. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to call a inbuilt method like onCreate method. There is a method called onCreate dialog similar to this onCreate method, which is a built-in method, right? So you can even copy this much amount of code from here, and what we are going to do is let's create this method above this show time picker dialog. Okay, so let's create this method here, or you can create below your show time picker dialog method which we have created. So just create a method which is overriding protected void on create dialog. Okay, so create this method, and this will take one argument which will be id. Okay, and now what you can do is let's return a dialog using this method. So in here just return a dialog. Okay, because we want to show the dialog, so we will return the dialog using this method. Now what we are going to do is we will compare the id which is passed as an argument to the dialog id which we have declared above, right? So if this id is equal to the dialog id which we have declared, which is this one, then what we are going to do is we are going to return new time picker dialog. Okay, and this takes, you can see this takes 1 2 3 4 or 5 arguments. You can see it here. First is the context. Context can be your class in which you are working, so main activity dot this, and second argument is the time dialog. So this for example, right now we create a variable which we are going to define later. Okay, so time picker listener, for example. Okay, third argument you can pass hour, which we have defined, and minute is the fourth argument. Minute x and hour x, these two variables we have defined above, right, like here, right? So these two variables we will pass as third and fourth arguments, And the last argument and the fifth argument it takes is what format of dialogue, time picker dialogue you want to show. Is it 24-hour format or 12-hour format? And by default it asks for the 24 hours, which we don't want, so I will set it false. Okay, so once you have done, now by default if this condition is not fulfilled, what we are going to do is we are going to return by default null if this condition is not fulfilled. Okay, in any other condition we are going to return false. Okay, now let's create this time picker listener variable. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to declare this variable. So let's declare it. It will be protected, and let's create some space here, and it will be time picker dialog dot on time set listener, and the name of the variable is this one, which we are going to declare, is equal to new time set listener. Okay, so on time set listener. Okay, so what we have done, we have declared a protected variable which is time picker dialog dot on time set listener, and we have declared the same variable which we have passed here is equal to new time picker dialog dot on time set listener, and it will be created automatically. And don't forget to close this by semicolon. And in here inside this on time set method, first of all what we are going to do is we are going to set the values of hour and minute. So just copy your hour variable which we have declared above in here in on time set method is equal to, you can see here it takes two arguments. One is hour of day, which represents the hour of day as name suggests, and second variable we can assign to this minute underscore x variable which we have declared is equal to minute here. Okay, which is the third argument here. Okay, now once we have assigned these two variables, we can call these variables using, for example, toast. So we can show what's the value inside these two variables. Toast dot make text, and the context, you can take this context once again, comma the text you want to show. So for example, we want to show first of all hour plus and then colon minute value. Okay, plus minute, and the third variable is the duration. So toast dot length short, and then we will show our dialog. Okay, now don't forget to call this show time picker dialog method which we have created by ourselves. So just copy this show time picker dialog method which we have created and call it inside your on create method. Okay, so copy and paste it here. Okay, now everything is done, so we are going to run our program. So now our app is running and you can see this button, and whenever we click this show time picker dialog button, so I am going to click this button, show time picker, it's going to show you this time picker dialog. Okay, and you can set the time whatever you want, so hours, and for example 4 hour 30 minute, and I'm going to change time to PM, and when I click OK here, you can see the time 16:30. Okay, So in this way, you can use time picker dialog in your Android activity. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video, we will see how to use date picker dialog in Android. So let's get started. First of all, I'm going to take a button and I'm going to change the text of this button as show date picker dialog. And when I click this button, the date picker dialog will appear and we will be able to select some date using this date time picker, and we can perform some action on the basis of this day selected. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my Java folder, and inside my Java folder I'm going to go to my main activity.java, and in here I'm going to declare first of all object of button btn, and then I'm going to declare three variables, one for year, one for month, and one for the day of the month. So int year x, month x, month should be month like this, and the day underscore x. Okay, now one variable more I'm going to declare to hold the dialog ID of our dialog. Okay, so I'm going to declare a static final int dialog ID, and I'm going to initialize this dialog ID by 0. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go below a little bit and I'm going to declare a method which I will call inside my onCreate method. So this method will be a public method, public void, and I will name it as show dialog method. Okay, and inside my method, first of all I'm going to cast my button. So button, which I have declared above, is equal to button find view by id r dot id dot button. Okay, now I'm going to take this button instance or object and I'm going to call set on click method. So btn dot set on click listener, and inside this we will call a new on click listener, and inside this on click method what we are going to do is we are going to call our show dialog, which is a inbuilt method in Android. So let's little bit change this method as show dialog on button click, so that we will not be confused by this method which I'm going to write right now. So show dialog, and this takes the ID of the dialog. So we have declared the dialog ID, it should be dialog ID. So I will just copy this dialog ID which we have declared and pass it here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I will create, or I will call on create dialog method, which is inbuilt method. So I'm just going to just copy this override protected void on create just like this, and just below I will go, paste this, and then on create dialog, and then inside this on create dialog I'm going to write my code, and I'm going to give one argument to this on create dialog, which will be an integer id, and if this integer and this returns our dialog, right? So we have to return dialog here instead of void. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is, if this id or in on create dialog is equal to the dialog id which we have defined, then I'm going to return a new dialog. Okay, so new which dialog? I'm going to return a new date picker dialog. Okay, so date picker dialog, and it takes few arguments, and let's do alt enter so that it can fix our imports. And it takes few arguments. First is the context, second is the date picker listener, or date picker, yeah, you can say listener, and we are going to define our date picker listener later. Let's give the name to this date picker listener as d picker listener, for example. Okay, and then the other argument it takes is year, and then the month, and then the day. Okay, and if this id doesn't match our dialog id, I'm going to return null. Okay, so if the id doesn't matches, I'm going to return a null. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to declare this variable which is our date picker listener variable. Okay, so I'm going to declare a private member, private date picker dialog dot on date set listener, and then this will be our date set listener is equal to new on date set listener, and it's going to automatically create this method for us when we press enter key, and just don't remember to close this variable here by semicolon. And inside this you can see I can see year. It in the on date set method, arguments are year, month of the year, and date of the month or day of the month. Okay, so what I can do is I can assign, so I've declared three variables: year x, month x, and day x, right? So I can use I can assign the value of year x is equal to this year, which is uh, taken by this date picker dialog, right? In the same way, I'm going to take the value of month x is equal to month of year, and I'm going to take the value of day x is equal to day of the month. Okay, and now what I can do is I can display this year, month, and day using a toast or something other like text box or edit text or something like this, right? I'm going to choose toast, so I'm going to take this toast dot make text, and it takes first argument as the class context or context of this class itself. So main activity dot this, and the second argument is the text itself, so I can pass year first plus and then slash, then month, and then plus slash once again, and then plus day x. So it's going to show me the date, comma the third argument toast dot length duration dot show. Okay, Now what I can do is I can call this show dialog on button click method. So just copy this show dialog which we have created. Just copy this method and call it inside your on create method here. Okay, and that's it. Our code is done, so we can run it. I'm going to run my program. So my program is running now, and I can see this button, and when I click this button I will be able to see the date. But the date here, whenever you select the date, it will not be the current date because we haven't set any date to our date picker dialog. Okay, so what we can do is we can set date to our date picker dialog, which is the current date, by using calendar class. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my code here, and remember I have declared year, month and day variables, right? And if somehow I can pass the current date to these three variables, I will be able to see the current date in my date picker dialog. Okay, so what you can do is you can go inside your on create method, and in here you can create an instance of a calendar. Final calendar cal is equal to calendar dot get instance, and then I can use this cal to get the current year, month and day. Okay, so I'm going to take the year is equal to cal dot get, and inside this I can take cal, and I will go back. I will take calendar, this one, dot year. It's going to give me year, and then in the same way I can pass month also. So cal dot get and cal dot month, not March but dot month, and the third variable is day of the month. So day is equal to, and I'm going to just copy this, and this should be dot day of month. Okay, in addition you need to do one more little thing here. Whenever you print your date using your toast, you can get this month, but by default month starts from 0 here. Okay, so what you can do is you can add a 1 to your month here, and it will give you the correct month. Okay, and now I'm going to run my program, and my program is once again running. So I'm going to click this, and you can see the current date and the year and the month is showing here. Today is 25th of March 2015, and I can see and I can verify this date, and then when I click OK, I will be able to see this month, date and year here. Okay, so in this way you can use a date picker dialog in your Android app. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video we will see how to use notification manager in Android. So for example, I have this running app, and I'm going to show you how this will work, and then we are going to see how we can write the code. So for example, this is my app which is running, and this has only one button which says notify me, and when I click this button it's going to give me a notification, something like this, and when I drag this down I can see this notification which has some content title, notification content, and some extra features which we are going to see. So this kind of notification, how we can initiate these kind of notification in Android. Let's see. So first of all, I have this blank project, and as you may have guessed, we are going to use a button here, and I'm going to change the button text as notify me. Okay, and the button ID I'm going to leave it as default, which is button. And now I'm going to go to my main activity.java file. So in here I'm going to declare a button variable, so button btn for example, and I will give alt enter to include the button imports. And now I will take this button variable and I'm going to cast it inside my onCreate method. So button is equal to now after casting this button, we can use this button object and we can call set on click method on it. So button dot set on click listener, and inside this set on click listener we are going to call new on click listener. And inside this on click method, first of all I'm going to create an object of intent. So intent object name is equal to new. Now I'm going to create a object of pending intent here, and I'm going to tell you what pending intent is in a second, but let me create this object. Pending intent is equal to, and then take this pending intent and then call get activity, and the first argument which it takes is the activity itself. So main activity here dot this, and the second argument is 0, third argument is your intent, and the fourth argument is 0. Okay, now what this pending intent does. So this pending intent is a token that you can give to another application, for example notification manager, which we are going to use in our case, and this will allow this application to use the permission of your application to execute a predefined piece of code. Okay, so that's why we use pending intent here. Now I'm going to create my notification object. So notification, and I'm going to include my import, and I will name it as noti for example, is equal to new notification dot builder, and this builder will take the context. So I'm going to just copy this main activity dot this, and then you can add some attribute to this object. For example dot set ticker, and this is your ticker name, for example ticker title. Okay, and then you can set some more properties like set content title and set content text. So for example set content title for example, and this is my content title, and then I'm going to add dot set content text, and this is the text for your content. Okay, so for example the content text, and I can add as many text as I want, something like this, and this will be the text which will appear here. So when I drag this, and this is my notification content. Okay, so after this we want to add a icon for example. So we can add a icon like this dot set small icon, and this icon you can take it from your drawable. So you can go to your res folder, and in here you have your drawable folder, and in here you have some default pictures. If you want, you can add your own custom picture for your notification, but for now I'm using the default pictures. Okay, so you can drag and drop your picture here and use it if you want, but for now the default picture will be okay. So in here r dot drawable dot IC launcher. Okay, this is my default picture name, and then at the last you can add the content. So dot set content, and we will pass our p intent here, and then we will call get notification on this notification object. Okay, and here I think it should be set content intent because we are passing intent here, right? So just change it to set content intent, and pass your pending intent here. And in the next line we can add some flags to our notifications. So for example, noti dot flags is equal to notification dot, these are all the flags which we can add here, but the flag we want is this flag auto cancel. Okay, so this flag, whenever we click the notification, it will cancel our notification. Okay, now in the next line we will declare a notification manager object. So just write notification manager. I'm going to name it as nm is equal to, and we are going to cast notification manager, and then we will get services. So get system service, and in here we want to call notification service. Okay, and then we are going to take our notification manager, and then we will call a notify method on it. So just take your notification manager object dot notify, and first argument will be 0, and second argument is your notification object, which is noti in our case. Okay, so this will be the code to generate notification on button click. So let's run our program and let's see what happens. So I'm going to run my program. So now my program is running. So when I click this notify me button, it's going to give me the second notification. First notification is from the earlier app. So when I drag this, I can see this content title, which is this one, and then the content text, which I have entered some random text here. And when I click this notification is gone. Okay, now in order to add some more features to your notifications, something like these icons and some more content or some more actions, what we need to do is, let's go to our code here, and in here in your code, after this set small icon, you can call some more method like dot add action, and first argument it takes is the icon if you want to give any. So I'm going to give the default icon. Second argument is the text, for example action 1, and the third argument is your pending content object, so this one. Okay, in the same way you can add as many actions as you want. Just paste it below this and add any number of arguments like this. Now when I run the program, so my program is running now. So when I click this notify me button, I can see the notify icon, and in here I can see action 1 and action 2 here. Okay, so in this way you can use notification with your Android app. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video and the next few videos, I will be teaching you how to use action bars in Android. So first of all, what is an action bar in our Android app? So whenever we open our Android app, this black strip you can see here where your app title is there, or you can see some overflow menu here. It's called an action bar. And to action bar you can add your app icon, your app title, and some of the settings. For example, you can add about your app, some information or some settings or some search icon and some sub menu if you want. So let's see how we can use this action bar and how we can use our custom icons here in the sub menu. So let's get started. First of all, open your Android Studio and I'm going to create a new Android application, and I'm going to name it as Action Demo, for example. And then I'm going to click Next. And one thing you need to notice here is this action bar is available after Android 3.0 or after API 11, including this API 11 and Android 3.0. So if you want to see action bar on your Android app, you need to choose this API level, which is API level 11 or above. Before that, action bar was not available. So for example, I choose this API level 12 or Android 3.1, and then I'm going to click Next, and I'm going to create a blank activity and click Finish. So my project is created now, and this is a blank project, and when I run this app like this, my blank app runs and I can see the default action bar is provided by Android to us, which has the title, so Action Demo, and the sub menu you can say here, and this three dots here are called overflow menu. And overflow means that something is hidden behind it, or you can show multiple icons or sub menus here. And you can even add an icon to your action bar, which I'm going to show you how you can add your app icon here and how to add your customized overflow items. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, let's see how and where this action bar menu resides in our project. So first of all, I'm going to remove this hello world from here, and then I'm going to go to my Android manifest.xml file, and in here in the Android theme you will be able to see style/app theme. So in style.xml file, this theme, your app theme, is there. So I'm going to go to this values folder, and inside this I will be able to see the styles.xml file, and in here I can see the theme of my action bar. So I can see that my style name is app theme, and parent is theme.appcompat.light.dark action bar. So this action bar is already present in my app, right? Now, what are the methods which are responsible to open this action bar? So when you go to your main activity.java file, you can see these two methods. One is called onCreateOptionMenu, and second is onOptionsItemSelected. Okay, so these two methods are responsible for showing and some actions for this action bar. Okay, and when you go to your menu folder here, so go to menu, and in menu underscore main.xml file, you will be able to see here, you can see this action settings. So you have your menu, and inside your menu you have some menu items, and first menu item here is called settings. Okay, so you can see here we have the settings menu here. Okay, and it says that show as action never. This we will discuss in a while, but now let's do it by ourselves. So once again I'm going to go to my main activity.java, and in here this onCreateOption menu is responsible for my menu main. So it's going to inflate my menu main whenever this method is called, and this is responsible for my items in the menu. So you can see there is a menu called settings, which is called by this function or method. So let's delete these two methods, and we are going to create them from scratch, so we will be able to understand how they work in a better way. Okay, so let's delete them. And first of all, for example, I want to add an icon to my action bar. How can I do it? So let's see how we can add an icon to our action bar. So go inside your onCreate method, and here we will declare a action bar object. So action bar AB is equal to get action bar. So just write get action bar, and then from this action bar we can select a logo for our application. So just write AB dot set logo, and if you know, in our drawable folder there are already some default icons available. For example, this IC launcher. So I'm going to use this default icon, but you can use your own app icon. Just you need to paste your icon inside this drawable folder and it's going to work. Okay, and that we will also cover in the later video or in the next video itself, how we can add some icons here. But right now I'm going to add a default icon. So just call r dot drawable dot IC launcher. Okay, so this is the icon. Now I can see this set logo is giving me this error here, and it says call require API level 14. Okay, and we are using, I think, API level 12. So we need to add some supporting library to it. So how we can do it? We can, instead of using get action bar, we can use get supported action bar. So get supported action bar, and it's going to give us this red bulb here, and when you click on this bulb, it's going to say that change variable AB type to Android support.v7.app.action bar. So we will do this, and it's going to add this supporting library. Okay, and then we can set our display logo enabled. So AB dot set display logo enabled, this one, and we are going to set it as true. And one more thing we need is AB dot display show home enable. Okay, so set display show home enabled is equal to true. Okay, so this method is going to enable your logo, and this method is going to enable your home. Okay, so now we are going to run our program or app, and now our app is running, and we can see here this icon is shown here. So this is the default icon which we have used, and now our app has this icon here. Okay, and you will also notice that here this overflow menu is gone, because we have deleted those two methods below, which are responsible for this method, okay, or this item here. So we are going to add this manually in the next video, and we will see how we can add menu items to our action bars in the next video. So stay tuned, and please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In the last video I have shown you how you can use or work with action bar, and I have also shown you how you can add an icon to your action bar. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can add some menu items with icons to your action bar. So first of all, we need to have some icons in order to add it to our app. So best way to find the icons to your action bar is to search on internet and just search for Android icon packs here on your favorite browser. And there is a website which is from Android itself, which is called developer.android.com/design/downloads. So click this link here and you will reach to the Android website. So just click this material icon button here, and in here you will be able to see many items which you can use in your app. Okay, so for example, I want to add this info icon to my action bar menu. I can just select it and I can choose whether I want the white background or black background. So because my action bar has black background, so I can choose this white here. Okay, so it's going to look like this, and then I can select this PNG, so it's going to download this into a PNG file. So let's download it and we just need to save it. For example, I want the settings icon from here, so I can just select it, use this white background and just click PNGs, and it's going to download it in the zip format. So once you have saved your zip files, you can go to the location where you have saved them and you can extract these files. So I'm going to extract them at the same place and extract here. And once you extract them, you will be able to see these three folders, and I'm going to go inside this Android folder, and in here you can see different resolution PNG files. So drawable HDPI, drawable MDPI and other resolutions. But for now I'm going to just use this HDPI image, which is this one. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this image from here, copy, and go to your Android Studio, go to your drawable, right click and paste it there. Okay, so right click and paste, and it's going to ask in which folder you want to paste it. I want to paste it in drawable HDPI. Okay, and just click OK. So it's going to add this picture here. If you want to add other resolution pictures to this drawable, just do it in the same manner. And now I'm going to go to my other folder, which was settings and Androids and drawable HDPI. Right click and copy from here and go to your Android Studio drawable, paste it here and inside this drawable minus HDPI and click OK. So it's going to add these two pictures in your drawable folder. So now we have our icons and we want to display them on our action bar. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a new menu. So let's click on this menu and right click on it, and we are going to create new menu resource file. And in here you just need to give some name. For example, main underscore activity underscore menu. Okay, and click OK, and it's going to create this menu resource file. And inside this menu resource file you can add some items to your menu. Okay, so first of all let's go to this menu main.xml, which was already present, and we just need to copy this line from here. So just copy this line and go to your new file which you have created and then paste it here. Now after adding, we go here and we are going to add some items here. So item, so let's add first of all the ID to our item. So I'm going to just write Android and search for ID, and in here I can give some ID to my icon. For example, I want to give some ID to my info icon, so I will just say info ID. Okay, and once again you can add some more attributes, for example title for your item. So and then you can add some icon to your menu item. Okay, so Android icon and go to drawable, and inside drawable just search for IC info. Now after that we just need to add one more line, which is Android and show as action, and here for now we are using never for now. Okay, but I will show you how you can use other options here once we run our app. And instead of this Android, we just need to write app here. So this is our menu resource file, and we have one menu inside our menu. And to see this menu, what we need to do is we need to go to our main activity.java file, and we need to overwrite this on create option menu. So just write on create option menu, and in here inside this on create option menu we just need to create an object of menu inflator. So just write menu inflator, and the name of your object, for example menu inflator, is equal to get menu inflator. Okay, and after this you just take this menu inflator object from here and call an inflate method on it. So inflate, and what we want to inflate on it, we want to inflate our main resource menu file. So just call r.menu.main activity menu. This is the file which we have created, this one, right? And then as second argument just give this menu object here which we are passing as an argument. Okay, so now let's run our program and let's see if we are able to see our icon or not. So run it, and our app is running now, and you can see this overflow menu, but you don't see the icon, right? And that's because we have added. So let's go to our main activity menu.xml file here, and if you remember in your show as action method we have added this never keyword here. Okay, so this stops your icon to show. Okay, and it will show only your item but without your icon. Okay, it will show only your overflow menu. So if you change it to always like this and once again run your program, now when you see here on the action bar you can see your info icon here. Now let's add one more item to our menu. So I'm going to just copy this item tag here and I'm going to paste it just below this item, and I just need to change the ID here. So this time I'm going to add setting icon, so I'm going to name it as setting ID. Okay, and in the text I'm going to add settings, and in here instead of this info icon I just want to add my settings icon. So just give slash and then call IC settings. So this is my settings icon which I have downloaded. Now when I run the program I can see here my both icons. One is setting icon and other is info icon here. Now for example I want to add some action to my icons here. Okay, so when I click this I want to do some action, and when I click this I want to do some other actions. How can I add some action listener to these icons? So for that you just need to go to your main activity.java file, and in here just below your on create option menu method, what you need to do is you need to call this method called on option item selected. Okay, so just call this method, and in here we can add some action listener to these icons. So for example I'm going to add a switch statement here because I want to listen from multiple icons. So I will add this switch statement, and in here as a condition what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this item dot get item ID. Okay, so whatever item is selected I'm going to get the ID of the item, and in the cases I'm going to evaluate that ID. Okay, so in the first case I'm going to check r dot id dot my first ID was this info, right? So I will just search for my info ID, which is this one. And if this ID is selected, then I want to just print that this ID is selected. So toast dot make text dot get application context, and then the text, for example, info icon is selected, and then toast dot length short, and then show. In the same way, I'm going to do the same for my second icon, which is my settings icon. So instead of this info ID, I'll just replace it by settings ID. And instead of this message, I'm just going to give some other message. For example, setting icon is selected. Okay. And as the default case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return this code which was already present. Okay, so this is my code for listening to the item selection. So now I'm going to run this program once again. So now my app is running, and when I click the settings icon, I can see setting icon is selected. And when I click this info icon, I can see info icon is selected. Okay. Now, if you don't want to see these two icons separately and you just want to see this overflow menu, then what you need to do, you just need to go here in the main activity menu.xml file, and instead of this always, you just need never here. Okay, never and never. Okay, and once again when you run this program, you will see here, instead of your icons, you will see this overflow icon, and then you can select your menu items. Okay, so when you select info is printed. When you select setting is printed. Okay, so it depends on you which menu item you want to show. You want to show full icons, or you want to show this overflow menu icon. So that's it for this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video, we will see how to use up button with your Android action bar. Now, in which situation you may want to use up button with your Android action bar. So for example, you have an app which have multiple intents, and you want to navigate through these intents easily, then you may use up button with your Android action bar. So let's see first of all how we can use this up button. So for example, I want to have multiple intents first to show this up button functionality. So let's create some activities. Okay, so I'm going to create a new activity, and this is going to be a blank activity, and I name this as activity A, for example. Okay, so this is activity A, and in the same way I'm going to create one more activity. So go to app, right click, go to activity, blank activity, and this time this will be activity B. Okay, so now I have two activities and one main activity. Okay, now I will go to my main activity, and to recognize that this is my main activity, I can give some message to it by using this large text, and I'm going to add this button here, and I'm going to change the text of this button and this large text by going to this text of this activity, and instead of large text I'm going to write main activity. Okay, and this button I'm going to name it as I want to open activity A from this button click, so I will say open A. In the same way, I will go to activity A which I have created, and I will go to the design. Right now it has hello world text. I will delete it, and I'm going to take a large text and a button here, and I will go to the text here, and I will change the text of this large text as activity A. Okay, so we know that this is our activity A. And the button, I will name it as open B, because I want to open activity B using this button. So open B. Now I will go to activity B design, and in here, to recognize it, I will add a large text here also. So I will just delete this hello world message and I will add a large text, and in the text I will change the text of this large text to activity B. Okay, so now I can recognize by going to the design that this is my activity main and I want to open activity A from it, and then from activity A I want to open activity B. Okay, and from activity B, for example, I want to navigate directly to my home activity or main activity, right? So first of all, let's create some code so that I can open my activity A from main and activity B from activity A. Okay, I will go to my main activity, and in here in the text area of this button I will create one more attribute, which is Android on click. Okay, and this will listen for on click event of the button. Okay, and what I will listen for, I will listen for a method called for example open A, and in the same way I will go to my activity A and I will go to the text area of this activity A, and in the button I want to add one more attribute to open activity B. So I will create a new attribute called on click and I will listen for the method called open B. Now let's go to our main activity.java file, and in here we are going to create a method which will be a public method, and we are going to return nothing from it, and we will name it as open A as we have done in XML file. Okay, the same name as this one, and as an argument we are going to pass this view class, and inside this we just want to create an intent which can open activity A. So I will just call start activity, and I'm going to open this activity using new intent. So I will just create new intent, and this will take the context first and then the activity name. Okay, so activity A I want to open, so activity dot class. Okay, and this is going to open the activity A from activity main, right? Same thing I want to do in my activity A class. Okay, so I'm going to just copy this and I will paste this, but this time this will be open B, right? Because in our activity A we have created this on click listener for open B method. Okay, so it will be open B, and instead of opening activity A we are going to open activity B, and instead of this we are going to just use activity A context dot this. Okay, now let's run this program and let's see if it opens our activities or not. So my app is running now, and when I click this open A, right now we are in main activity, right? And when we click open A, it's going to open activity A, and when we click open B, it's going to open activity B, right? Now if you want to go to the main activity from here, you have no button or nothing to go back. You need to click this back button in your mobile to go to the main activity, and this is not convenient, right? So what we can do is we can add a up button to our action bar so that we can directly go to the home activity or home page. Okay, so let's do this. So what we are going to do here is we are going to go to our main manifest.xml file. So go to Android manifest.xml file, and in here you will be able to see your activities are added in here. Okay, so this is the activity A and this is the activity B. So in here we want to add the parent to these activities, right? So how we will do this? We will go to this activity tag of this activity A and we will add a new attribute called Android parent activity name, and we are going to provide the parent name, which is our main activity. Okay, in a similar way for activity B, we will add this tag, which is Android parent activity name, and for this also we will provide main activity as the parent. Okay, now this up button is available, I think, from version 4.0 or above, I think. So below 4.0 you may want to add, or you may have to add extra tag called metadata. So go here and add a tag called metadata, and in here as the Android name we are going to call android.support.parent activity. Okay, so and let's close this tag here, and one more attribute we want to add here is Android value, and this value will be our main activity. Okay, and let's copy this metadata tag from here and paste it inside our activity B also. Okay, now we will go to our main activity.java file, and in the onCreate method inside our main activity.java file we will just write get supported action bar dot set default display home as update enabled, and we are just going to set it as true. And now we are going to run our app. So our app is running now and we can see this main activity, and when I'm going to click this open A, I'm going to go to my activity A, and in the activity A you will be able to see this button, which is our up button, right? And when I click open B, it's going to open activity B, and in here also I can see this up button, and when I click this up button I can directly reach to my main activity. So from my activity A also I can go here, and if I'm on activity B I can directly go to my activity main. So in this way you can use up button in your action bar. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video we will see what is an explicit intent and what is an implicit intent, and we will see how we can use explicit and implicit intents in Android. So first of all, what is an explicit intent? An explicit intent is one that you use to launch a specific app component, such as a particular activity or service in your app. So whenever you want to invoke some activity or some component within your app, then you use explicit intent. Now, what is an implicit intent? An implicit intent specifies an action that can invoke any app on the device able to perform the action. So you use implicit intent whenever you want to invoke some app or some activity from other app in your device from your app. So explicit, you invoke activity, or you are able to invoke activity within your app. And implicit intent, you can invoke an activity or some component of the activity from the other app which is present in your device. So let's get started and see how we can use implicit and explicit intent in Android. So first of all, I will create an app. So create a new app and I will name it as app 1, for example. Okay, and everything will be default for now, and this will be blank activity, and finish. So my project is created now, and first of all what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a large text and I'm going to take a button here, and I want to change the text of this button and large text. So I will go to the text area, and in here I'm going to write main activity app 1. Okay, and for the button I'm going to change the button text as open activity 1. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I want to open a new activity from this button click. So first of all I will create a new activity. So I will right click on my app, new activity, blank activity, and this activity I will name it as activity 1 app 1. Okay, and I will click finish, and this is going to create this activity. And instead of this hello world, I'm going to take a large text and I'm going to change the text of this large text as activity 1 app 1. So this is the activity which is present in our app 1. Now in order to open this activity from your main activity, what you can do is you can go to this button component here, and in here you can add an attribute called Android on click. Okay, and you name a method, for example open 1, and this method we are going to create in our main activity.java file. So go to main activity.java file, and in here create a method which will be public void and open 1. So this method name should be same as this one. Okay, so open 1, and it will take one argument which is view, name it as view itself. And inside this method what we want to do is we want to create an instance of intent. So intent object name will be intent is equal to new intent, and it's going to take two arguments. First is this context, and second is the activity class name. So our activity class name is activity 1 app 1. Okay, dot class. So what it's going to do is it's going to create an intent object which we can call from a method called start activity. So start activity, and just pass this intent object here, and it's going to open your first activity using your main activity. So let's run the program. So my app is running now, and when I click this open activity 1, it's going to open this activity 1 in app 1. And this is an example of explicit intent. And what it says, that you can open an activity or any component within your app using explicit intent. Now in order to see the demo for implicit intent, we need to create one more app. So first of all we will create one more app. So go to file, new project, and this app we are going to call it as app 2. Okay, and click next, and click next, and it's going to be blank activity. Click finish. So my second project is created called app 2, and from this app I want to open the activity from my first app, which is app 1. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop a button, and I will change the text of this button as open activity 1 from app 1. Okay, so we are going to open activity 1 from app 1. So to open activity 1 from app 1 using your app 2, what you need to do is, first of all, go to your last project which you have created, which was app 1, and go to the manifest file here. And in here, whenever you create an activity, you will see here that extra tag is created for your activity. Now, in order to open this activity from your other app, which is app 2, what you need to do is you need to have a intent filter here. So you can see there is already one intent filter in our main activity. So you can copy this from here and paste inside your activity. And inside this intent filter, there are two tags. One is action and one is category. Okay. And in action, Android name, you want to give the name of your activity. Okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to our activity 1 in our app 1, and we are going to go to the XML file of this activity 1 of app 1, and we will copy this package name from here. Okay. And why we are doing this we will see in a bit, but just paste it here, your activity package name. And by doing this, this activity is visible to all the app within your device. Now, in order to allow other devices to access this activity, you need to have this category, and this category should be here default. Okay, so this should be default category. So now your activity can be seen by other apps within your device. Okay. And now what you can do is you can just remember this package name from here. And now what we are going to do is we are going to go to our second app, which is app 2. And for this button which we have created in app 2, we want to open the activity from app 1. Okay, so I'm going to go to text here, and I'm going to add a new attribute which is Android on click, and I'm going to open activity 1 from app 1. And now I'm going to copy this method name, and I'm going to go to my main activity.java file of my activity 2, and I will create a new method here, public void, and this method name, and then view. And inside this method, what we can do is we can once again create an object of intent. So intent is equal to new intent, and this time instead of giving the context and the exact name of your activity, what you can do is you can give the package name which we have given here. Okay, so just copy this package name from app 1 activity 1 and go to app 2 and paste it here. Okay, so now this line can recognize your activity 1 from your app 1, and now you can open this activity. So start activity using this intent. So just pass this here. Okay, so now I'm going to run my second app, which is app 2. So my app 2 is running now, and when I click this open 1 from app 1, it's going to open the activity 1 from app 1. Okay, so from app 2 you can see here when I click this button, it opens activity 1 from app 1. So this is an example of implicit intent. So always remember, whenever you want to open an activity or component within the app, you use explicit intent, and whenever you want to open or access an activity or component from other app within your device, you can use implicit intent. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video and the next few coming videos, we will see what are services in Android and how we can use services in Android. So first of all, what is a service in Android? A service is an application component that can perform long-running operation in the background and does not provide a user interface. So a service, you can say, it always run in the background and it has nothing to do with user interface. For example, a service can be downloading something in the background or long running database operation in the background. Or you can say, if you want to provide some music in the background, then you can use service for that. Now, a service can essentially take two forms. So service can be started service or service can be bound service. And in this video, we will see what is a started service and how we can create the started service. So a service is started when an application component such as an activity starts it by calling a method called start service method. Okay, and once the service is started, it can run in background indefinitely unless and until it's destroyed by some component. Okay, and what is a bound service? A service is called bound when an application component binds to it by calling bind service method. So this we will see in the later video, but in this video we will see what is a started service and how we can create it. Now, to create a service in Android, we need to subclass from a class called service. Okay, and once you subclass from the service class, the most important callbacks method you should override are on start command, on bind, on create method, and on destroy method. Okay, so this on start command will start your service, and on destroy method will destroy your service. On create method, if you want to do some initialization for your service, you can do it here. And on bind service, you use to create bind services, but you must implement this even if you are creating started services. So now let's create a started service in our Android application. So I have this blank project, and in here I will drag and drop two buttons first, button 1 and button 2, and I will change the text of this button as start service, and the second button text I will name it as stop service. Okay, so we have two buttons, start service and stop service. Okay, and then I will go to the design of this activity, and in here I will add one more attribute here, and this attribute we will call on click attribute. So on click, and what method we want to perform when this button is clicked. Let's say it's start service method, and same we want to do with the button which is stop service. So we will call a method on click which will be a stop service. Okay, so stop service. Okay, now we want to go to our Java main activity.java class. So go to main activity.java class, and in here we will create these two methods. So first was start service method, so public void start service, and we will call this view. And our second method was stop service. Okay, so I will just copy this method and paste it just below it, and this method will be stop service. So once we have created these two methods, start service and stop service, now we can create a class which will subclass from service class. Okay, so I will go to here in this package, and I will right click here, and I will create a new Java class where my main activity.java class is, and I will name it as, for example, the service. Okay, and I will create it, and it will create this class called the service, and we want to extend from this service class, right? So extend, and we want to extend from service class, so extend from service. And once you extend from it, you will see it will show this little error with this little bulb, because there is a method we must implement. So just click this bulb and just click implement method, and this method we must implement, which is on bind. Even if we are creating a started service, we must implement this or override this. Okay, so now this error is gone. Now we will just add our three more methods which we should implement. First was on create, right? So on create. Second was on destroy, or first let's create on start. So on start command. And the third was on destroy. So on destroy. Okay, so once you created, or once you implement these methods, what we can do is, I told you, you can start a service using this on start command, and you can destroy a service using this on destroy command. Okay, so we will do just the same. I will delete this line, and what we can do is we can create a toast, so we know that the service is started. So toast dot make text, and in here we will pass the context of this class, which is this class itself. And the second is our message, so we can say service started, and the third argument will be toast dot length long, for example. Okay, dot show. And next what we can do here is we will return a constant here. So return, and we will return a constant called start sticky. Now what is this constant? So when you press your control button and click this constant, we will go to the definition of this constant, and here you will see this mode makes sense for the things that will be explicitly started and stopped to run for arbitrary period of time. And that's what we are exactly doing. Okay, so that's why we are returning this constant called start sticky here. Okay, and inside this on destroy method, what we want to do is we want to display this toast message once again, but this time we will say that the service is destroyed. Okay, so we know when service is started and when service is destroyed. Now once we have these method implemented, we will go to main activity.java file, where we have defined our start service and stop service methods, and in here we can call this service, or we can start this service using intent object. So we will create an object of intent. So intent is equal to new intent, and it takes first of all the context. So first of all this, and the second argument will be the service class. Okay, so the service with capital T, the service dot class. Okay, and once you create an object of this intent, you can start service by using this intent. So you can just pass this intent object here, and you will be good to go. Same we want to do in the stop service method, and this time instead of starting this service, we just want to stop it. So just do stop service. Okay, so this will start your service and this will stop your service, and make sure this name matches the name you have declared here. Okay, so stop service and start service should match these method names. Once everything is done, we just need to do one more thing. We just need to go to manifest.xml file, and in here inside our application we need to create a tag called service, or we need to add a element called service. So just add service, and the service name is the service because our class name is the service here. Okay, and we will close this service. And one more thing you can do here is you can add a attribute called Android export. So Android exported, and make it false. And what this will do is it will prevent the other apps or other activities to use this service. Okay, so once you have done that, now let's run our app. So now our app is running. So when I click this start service button, it shows service started, but it's running in the background. So how we can check that the service is running? What you can do is you can go to the settings of your phone. So go to settings, and inside setting just click this option called apps. And inside the apps there are downloaded apps and there are running apps. So just click running apps here, and these are the apps which are running. So you can see service demo here, one process and one service is running. Okay, now for example I close this service demo app. So I'm going to close this service demo app, and now I will go to the setting, and still this service is running. Now to destroy this service, I will start my service demo once again. So I will start my service demo app from here, and I will click stop service button, and you can see service destroyed. And once again I will go to the settings, and now you can see this service is destroyed and we cannot see this service. Once again start the service by using this service demo and go to the setting, and you can see the service is started. And once you go to the demo and stop this service, this will be destroyed. Okay, and do remember, if you don't stop this service, it will keep on running for indefinite time. Okay, so in this way you can use started service in Android. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In the last video we have seen what are services in Android and how we can create a started service in Android. Now in this video we will talk about using services with threads. So in the last video I have told you that service is a background task which will run in the background and which has nothing to do with your UI. But still it's the part of your process. It's not a different process. So it will run inside your main process. Now for example, if your service has some blocking action, for example you wait for some time in a synchronized manner, then it will block your user interface actions for this time because it's the part of your process and it's not running in the different thread. So let's see what this error is which I'm talking about, and then we will see how we can solve this problem using threads with services. So first of all, I will start with my last project which I've created in the last video for starting services and stopping services. So I will take this same project. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a text edit in my activity, and I will change the layout width of this text as fill parent, for example. And this text edit I will use to give some input from the user side while my service is running. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my service class. So this was the class which I created in the last video, which extends from the service, and I have shown you how to create this on start command and on destroy method and this I binder and on create method. So first of all, I will go inside my onStart command, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some code which takes some time, or it will block my service for some time. So I will take a synchronized, and I will pass this context to it, and inside my synchronize I will wait for some time. So I will call a method called wait, and it takes time in milliseconds. So for example, you want to give time for 10 seconds, you can just give 10,000. Okay, so for us, I think 20 seconds will be enough to wait. And whenever you add this wait method, you need to include a try catch block to handle this method. So just surround this by try catch block and everything will be okay. So what this code will do is it will wait for 20 seconds in a synchronized manner. So it will block your service for 20 seconds, and it will not allow your user interface to do anything. So let's run this app and let's see what happens. So my app is running now, and for example, now I can input some text here, right? And I can delete some text from here. But observe, when I click this start button, I will click the start button, and then my service will start. And when my service will start, I cannot enter anything inside this added text because the code is waiting for 20 seconds, and it will give this message something like this, that your app isn't responding, you want to wait or you want to close the app. For example, I will wait for some time because I know my service will run for 20 seconds, and after 20 seconds this service will be destroyed, and I can once again give this input once again. Okay, so I think you understand the problem. When I click or when I start the service which is blocking, I cannot perform any task in my UI. This is the problem, and you will get this message called your app is not responding. Do you want to close or you want to wait? So now to solve this problem, what we can do is we can create our service, or we can start our service inside a different thread. Okay, so when we use or when we start our service in a thread, it's independent from our main process, and this will solve our problem. So let's see how we can solve it. So I will go to my the service class once again, and inside my the service class I will create a class which will handle my thread. So final class, and this will be the thread class, so the thread, and this class will contain one variable which I will call it as start our ID or service ID better. Okay, so service ID, and this we will see why I'm doing this. And now I will create a constructor. So the thread, this is my constructor, and I will pass one argument here, and this will be same as service ID. And what I want to do is whatever I pass as a constructor argument, I want to pass it to this variable. So I will just write this dot service ID is equal to service ID. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, because I want to create a thread out of it, I will implement the runnable method. Okay, so implements runnable, and when you implement runnable to your class, you need to implement a method called run. So just click this bulb here and implement this run method. Okay, and inside my run method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cut this code which I have written in my onStart command and paste it here inside my run method. Okay, now there is one more thing, that there can be multiple services running in your app, right? And how will you know that which service you want to end or close? So what we can do here is, just after this try catch block inside my synchronized, I can call a method called stop self. Okay, and this will stop the service. Okay, and it can take an argument which is the service ID. So whenever you create a service, your Android system will create a service ID for this, and using the service ID we can close this service. Okay, so just add this code here. Now this service ID, where can you find it? You see in your onStart command there is a parameter called start ID, and this will be your service ID. So now we have created the code for our thread. Now we can create a thread and start it, and then try to run our program. So I will create a thread object. Thread is equal to new thread, and I will call my custom thread class, so the thread, and it takes one argument which is the service ID. So I'm going to provide the start ID here. Okay, and now I just simply need to use this thread object to start the thread. So thread dot start, it will start the thread, right? Now I'm going to run my program once again, and my app is running once again now. So you can observe I can enter some text without starting the service, and when I start the service, and still I can enter this text here. Okay, so because this service is running in different thread, I can perform actions in the UI, and my service is running in the background in different threads, so both action can be done at the same time. And after 20 seconds you will see this service destroyed method, which is coming from this code, which is this stop self method, right? So you can perform your actions in UI, and you can start the service, and you can still perform your actions in the UI. So in this way you can use threads with your services in Android. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use intent service class to create our services. Now the good thing about intent service class is that we can handle different requests in a asynchronous manner. And how it does it? It creates a worker thread to you automatically, which can handle asynchronous requests. So let's see how we can use intent service class to create our services. I have this button start service and stop service, and I have this edit text as I have taken in the last video. Okay, and I have given on click method here, which is stop service for stop button and start service for start button. Okay, so you may not know these things by previous video. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my Java folder, and here besides my main activity.java class, I'm going to create a new Java class, and this Java class I'm going to call it as for example my service, and click OK, and it's going to create our my service class. And this my service class we are going to extend with intent service class. Okay, and it will give you this red bulb here. That means we need to import this class, and second we need to implement a method which is called on handle intent method. Okay, so we need to overwrite this. And one more thing it requires is you need to overwrite the constructor. Okay, so you need to create a matching super for constructor. Okay, and this takes a string which we are going to give as a thread name. So for example, I'm going to delete this argument in the constructor, and I'm going to give directly the name to my thread. You can give any name, for example, my intent thread or intent service thread, whatever you wish. And inside your on handle intent method, you can perform a long running task. For example, waiting for something to happen, or you are in a long while loop. You can perform this long running task inside this on handle intent method, right? So I'm going to write a code which I've written in the last video for waiting for 20 seconds. So if you don't know this code, where this comes from, it comes from the last video where I was waiting for 20 seconds, right? In a synchronized manner. But you need to notice here that I'm not adding the self stop method which I have done in the last video. This is because this intent service is able to handle itself, and it's able to stop itself when all the works in the thread are done, right? So we are not adding this stop self method here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add these two methods which are called on start and on destroy method. So first of all, on start command, and second method was on destroy. So on destroy. Okay, and in here what we can do is we can start our service, or we can display the message that our service has been started, and in here we can display the message that our service has been stopped. Okay, so I'm going to add these messages here. One is for starting the service. I'm going to add the toast which will display this message, and second is to destroy the service. Okay, so we know that our service has been destroyed. Okay, now once everything is done, what you need to do is you need to call these this class and these method in your main activity.java class. But notice here that this name we have given, this name, we can see the description, name used to name the worker thread, important only for debugging. So here you can give the name to your thread according to your needs or requirements, right? And what this intent service class is going to do is whenever you want to start a service, it's going to create a special worker thread to handle your request asynchronously. So you don't need to explicitly define the thread which we have done in the last video to handle the asynchronous request. So what we are going to do now is we are going to go to our main activity.java file here. And in our main activity.java class, we are going to make our two methods, which are start service and stop service, for our two buttons for starting and stopping the services, right? And in here, inside the start service method, I'm going to create an intent. Intent is equal to new intent, and first argument is this, and second argument is the class we are calling, which is my service dot class. Okay, and we can start the service using start service method and pass the intent in it. And the same thing we are going to do in our stop service method for stop service button click event, and instead of starting service, this button will stop service. So call stop service and pass this intent object here. Now one thing which is remaining is we want to call our service to our manifest file. So go to Android manifest.xml file and add this service element here. Okay, so service and your service name, which is my service, and close this service, and we are going to add this exported Android exported false. Okay, so Android exported is equal to false. Okay, and now we are going to run our app. So my app is running now, so I can start the service by start service button, and I can see this message service started, and at the same time I can insert some text inside my edit text input. So both tasks are handled parallelly, right? The starting of the service, which is waiting for 20 seconds, and the entering of our text inside our edit text. Okay, and you can destroy the service by this stop service. So once again, start service and destroy service, so the service will be destroyed from here. So in this way you can use intent service class in your Android app. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In the last few videos we have been seeing how to use services in Android. And in this video we will see how to use and create a bound service in Android. So let's get started. First of all, what is a bound service? A bound service is like a server in a client-server interface. A bound service allows components such as activities to bind to the service, send requests, receive responses, and even perform IPC or inter-process communication. Okay, and there are three ways of creating bound services. First is by extending the binder class, which we are going to do in this video. Second is by using a messenger, and third is by using AIDL or Android Interface Definition Language. These two we will see in the later videos, but in this video we are going to create a bind service or bound service by extending a binder class. So let's get started. I have this blank project, and this is just a bare bone project. And in here, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a service, as we always do for creating a service. So right click your package and create new, and go to services and click service. So this is one of the way of creating a service in Android. Okay, so just click it, and the name of the service class I will leave it as default, which is my service, and I will finish it. And it's going to create this class which extends from service class. As we know from our previous videos that if you want to create a service, we need to extend from service class, and this is our class. And this is the onBind method which we have to implement when we create our bound service. Now, in which scenarios we want to create a bound service by extending the binder class, and why and how we can do it, let's see. So if your service is private to your own application and runs in the same process as the client, which is the most common case, and which is we have been seeing this kind of service creation in the last videos also, then you should create your interface by extending the binder class and returning an instance of it from onBind method, which is this method which is automatically generated for us. Okay, now let's create the bound service by extending the binder class. So first of all, we will create a class inside our my service class, which will be a public class, and I will name it as local binder. Okay, and which extends from the binder class, right? So binder. So this is the class which we want to create, And inside this class, what we want to do is we create a method which returns my service instance, so my service, and the method name would be get service. And what this is going to do is it's going to return an instance of my service dot this. Okay, and we must return it like this. Okay, now as the definition says that we need to create our interface by extending from the binder class and returning an instance of it from onBind method. So we are going to do the same. First of all, we are going to create our binder interface. So just write public final iBinder, which is a class for interfacing the binder class, and give any name to your binder, for example iBinder. And we are going to initialize this using our local binder class. Okay, so like this with new. Okay, so is equal to new local binder. Okay, and as it says that we need to return this instance from onBind method, so just take this instance of interface and just return it from here. So iBinder and return. Okay, now for example we want to create a random number generator for our bound service. So what we can do is we can create a variable called m generator, and which uses this class called random, which is used to generate the random numbers, right? And we are going to initialize it by new random. Okay, now we are going to create a method which is going to return an integer value, so public int, and we say it's a get random method. Okay, this is going to return this random number generator after generating it. Okay, and in here we want to return the generated random number. So just copy your m generator variable and just write dot next int, and in the argument of next int just give the range in which you want to create the random number. For example, under 200 you want to create this random number, then you just need to give 200. Okay, so it's going to create the random number between 0 to 200. Okay, so this is how we can create a bound service using the extension or which extends from the binder class. Now in our interface or in our activity here, what we are going to do is we are going to take a button and the text on it will be get random number. Okay, and we are going to take a large text on which we are going to display this number. Okay, and I'm going to fill parent so it extends to the width of our screen. And now in the main activity.java file here we can implement this button click event. But first of all, go to your activity and go to your text, and in the button here add an element called on click. So Android on click, and we can give any method name, for example get random number. Okay, and this is the method which we are going to implement. So go to your main activity.java file, and in here we are going to first of all create this method which will be public void and the method name, and in here view, and inside this we are going to return this random number. Okay, now at the top we are going to define two variables. One is the object or instance of my service class, so my service object, and second is a variable for checking if our service is bound or not. So this will be a boolean variable and we are going to name it as is bound, and we are going to initialize it as false. Now we need to create an object of a class called service connection at the bottom. So inside a class, go at the bottom, and in here create a instance of a class called service connection, and we will name it as service connection, and we will press alt enter to import service connection class, and then is equal to new service connection, and when you press enter for the first method here, it will create two methods automatically for you, but you need to give this semicolon here to close it. Okay, and in here you need to write some code, and in the first line we need to create our local binder object. So just create a local binder object, local binder, and name it something, for example binder is equal to, we need to cast this local binder, so just cast it local binder with the service instance which is here. Now what we want to do is we want to take this object of my service class, copy it and paste it here, and we will equate it with this binder dot get service. Okay, and one more thing we want to do is we want to take our is bound variable and make it is equal to true, and in the on service disconnected method we want to make our is bound variable as false. Okay, now as we always do, we want to create an intent for creating our service. So go to on create method here and create an intent object. So intent is equal to new intent, and this intent will take two arguments. First is this, and second is my service dot class. Okay, and now we are going to create a bound service, so just write bind service, and the first argument of it will be our intent, second will be our instance of our service connection instance. So this is our service connection instance, copy the instance from there and paste it here, and third argument will be context dot bind auto create. Okay, this is the flag. Now one thing which is remaining now is to display our random number in our edit text or text view, right? So we will create an object of text view, for example text view, and we are going to cast it with text view, find view by id, r dot id dot our text view name. Okay, and then you just need to take your text view variable dot set text, and what we can do here, we can use the object of my service class from here, and using this we can call our get random function from here. It's get random, I misspelled it, which is gar random. Anyway, you can rename it as get random. okay, but this will not work because this is returning an integer and we want to pass to the set text a string variable. So what we can do is we can cast this integer to string. And how we can do it? Just write integer dot to string, and then inside this bracket just copy this whole method from here and paste it here. Okay, so I hope everything is done now. So let's run our program. So our app is running now, and I'm going to click this get random number button, and it gives me a random number which is 142, once again 62, 164, and it will keep on giving me this random number until and unless I'm keep on clicking this. Okay, so in this way you can create a bound service in Android. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe. And hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video we will learn how we can apply styles to the components in Android. So for example, I have these two large texts and two buttons here. So I want to change the style of these text boxes and these buttons. One way of doing this is just select your text area or text box and go to the property here and change the properties as you wish. The other way of doing this is go to the folder called values here and then go to the file called styles.xml, and here we can define the styles to our components, right? So let's see how we can do this. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all the styles which are by default given to these text box and this button. So I will go to the text section of this activity, and I will remove the layout width, layout height and text appearance from here, okay, for each and every component. So I will do it for text view and I will do it for a button like this. Okay, now you will notice when you go to the design, it will give you this rendering problem because we have just deleted the layout width and layout height and appearance of these text boxes and button, right? Now to give the styles which you want, you just need to go to this styles.xml file, and in here we can define a style. For example, first of all you just need to give this style attribute here and then the name of the style. So the name of the style depends upon you, but it should be unique name. For example, my style 1, for example, right? And then just close the style, right? And inside the style you can add some items related to appearance or width or height or whatever, right? So we can add an item and then we can decide what item or what attribute we want to add. So for example, I want to add the text style to the text view, right? So I will do this, and then inside the text style I can write bold. Okay, in the same way I can add one more item, for example item, and this time I want to change the text color, right? So text color. Now for the text color, what you can do is you can search on your browser the web color Wikipedia page, and in here you can find all the web colors and their code, right? So for example, I want to choose this red color. I can choose it from copying this hash and FF and then 4 zeros from here, right? So copy it, go to your project and paste it here and with the hash, and you will notice it will show a red color here, right? So we know it's a red color, right? Now we will add one more item, and this time we want to choose the text appearance. Okay, so choose text appearance and close it here. And for the text appearance you can give Android style and then the text appearance and then the large text appearance, so you can just choose large. Okay, and now we can define the layout width and layout height of the style. Okay, so just add an item here, and then we will choose Android layout width first. So layout width, and this will be, for example, match parent. And in the same way, we can just copy this, and this time we can choose the layout height, right? So layout height, and this will be, for example, wrap content. Okay, so this is our first style which we can do. In the same way, we can define multiple styles with different names. So for example, I want to add one more style, I can do it like this, but this time I will give it a name, my style 2. And this time the text style will be, for example, italic, and this color, let's choose some other color from here. For example, I want to choose the green color. I will just copy this and paste it here, right? So it will become the green color. Okay, now in order to give the style to your button or text boxes, you just need to go to the text here, and in here you just need to give the style attribute. So give style, and then style, and then choose your style. So if your style is my style 1, for example, you can do it like this. And in the text view second also, you can inherit from this style. And for example, for buttons, I want to give the style 2, so my style 2 here, right? And for the second button also I want to do this. Okay, and now when you go to the design, you will see the text with bold and red color, and button with italic and green color, right? So in this way you can apply styles to your component in Android. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Android app development for beginners. In the last video, we have seen how we can apply styles to your components using style.xml file. Now in this video, we will see how we can inherit from one style to another style in Android using style.xml file. Okay, so this is the example I have shown you in the last video. So I will go to the style.xml file here, and this was the styles we have created in the last video. Now, for example, if you want to make the style to inherit from other style, then what you need to do is, for example, I want to make this style as a parent style. I need to add the attribute called parent, and then I need to give the name of this attribute. For example, I want to give this attribute called text appearance dot large attribute, right? Now in order to inherit from style 1 to style 2, all the properties can be inherited from style 1 to style 2 if you take the name of style 1 and put in front of style 2 name separated by this dot. Okay, so now all the properties from style 1 can be inherited to the style 2, right? So for example, I will delete this layout width and layout height property from the style 2, and then I will go to the activity main.xml file here, and I will go to the text, and in here also I should give this my style 1 dot my style 2 in the button attribute. Okay, otherwise it will give you the error, right? Now when you see in the design, this style is applied to the buttons also, which was inherited from the style 1, right? Because these buttons did not have their own layout width and height, but it's taking from the style 1. Okay, now in the same way, what you can do is you can remove these attributes, for example text style and text color, right? So I will remove this, and then once again I will go to the activity XML file, and in here you can see the style from style 1 is inherited in these buttons also, right? Now you may have observed that when I add some attribute which are similar in style 1 and style 2, then style 2 attributes will be preferred, right? So style 1 attributes will be overridden by the style 2 attribute if they have the same item name here, right? So the preference is given to the child attribute over the parent attributes. So now our button will become green and italic, right? Because the preference is given to the child attribute over the parent attribute if they have the same attribute, right? But this parent attribute will be preferred even in the child attribute. For example, I have this text appearance large here and text appearance, for example, I make it small here, it will not change it. So still the text appearance is large here, right? Because the main parent attribute is this text appearance and it's large here, right? For example, I make it small like this and I go here. Now the text appearance will become the small. Okay, so in this way you can inherit styles from one style to another style attribute in Android. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, subscribe, and hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on Android app development for beginners. In this video we will see how we can create a text file and save it into the internal storage of your Android device. So there are two ways you can save a file in your Android device. One is in the internal memory and other is the external memory. So in this video we are going to see how we can save a file in the internal memory. Okay, so what I have here is I have two buttons. One is to read the text file and one is to write to the text file, and I have one edit text here and one large text. This edit text I'm going to use to enter some text to save, and this large text I'm going to use to retrieve the data I have saved. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, I'm going to create some methods. So I will go to the text area here, and for the button 2, which is for reading, I'm going to add a attribute on click, and the name I will give it here is read. Okay, and same I will do for the write button. So instead of read here I will just write write. Okay, now I will go to the main activity.java file here, and in here first of all I will declare two variables, one for text view and other for edit views. So edit text, now I will cast these two variables. Now after casting these two variables, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two methods, one to read and one to write, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my write method, and inside my write method I'm going to create a variable called my text message, for example, and I'm going to extract the text from the text edit and pass it into this variable. So I will take my edit text variable from here, paste it here, dot get text and dot to string. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an instance of file output stream which we can use to output to our text file, right? So file output stream, the object name is equal to open file output, and then give the name to your text file, for example my text.text, and then give the mode. So for example mode I am going to give it like for example mode private. Okay, and this mode private indicates that no other app can use this file other than your app. Okay, so it's private to your app. Now you can see here it's going to give you this red line and this red bulb, and it says you need to surround your code by try catch block because it can throw. So just click surround with try catch and everything will be good to go. Now take your object, which is file output stream, and then just call a write method on it, and then we will pass our string here in the form of bytes. So my text message dot get bytes. Okay, and this is also going to throw an exception, so you need to add one more catch clause. So just click this red bulb and just add a catch clause here. Okay, now once you are done with this, once you have written to the file, you need to close the file. So take your file output stream and close it. Okay, and after closing, you may want to show that your file is saved. So you can call a toast dot make text and then the context, and then you can give some text, for example text saved. Okay, and then the length of your text, so for example toast length long dot show. Okay, and you may also want to clear your edit text after writing to the file. So you can just use edit text dot set text and set an empty string here. Okay, when you want to read a file, this time you want to use a object of the class called file input stream. Okay, so file input stream is equal to new file input stream, and give the name of your text file, which is this one, my text.text, right? Or if you have provided some location, give the location of your text file and close it. Okay, and now this time also it's going to give you this red line here because you need to enclose it in the try catch block. Okay, now after this you need to have input stream reader. Input stream reader object is equal to new input stream reader, and then you need to pass your file input stream to this input stream reader object. Okay, the third object you need is buffer reader. Okay, so just use buffered reader object is equal to new buffer reader, and pass your input stream reader in this constructor here. And then last thing we need is string buffer is equal to new string buffer, and one more variable we need is a string, because we want to read this text line by line in a variable, and this will store these lines, this variable lines, for example. Okay, now I'm going to create a while loop here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just write lines is equal to your buffer reader name dot read line, and then enclose all this into one more bracket. So here one more bracket and here one more bracket, and then just write not equal to null. Okay, and close this while loop. And once again you will observe here that it's going to give you this red line, and this is because we need to add this catch clause here, and it will go. Okay, after this you just need to take your string buffer and append these lines into this string buffer. So append and then line, and then we are reading these lines one by one, so we need to give the line break also here, right? So just give \n. Now once you have all this string, what you can do is you can show it into your text view. So just use this text view here dot set text, and take your string buffer and then give toString. Okay, now I think one thing we are missing here is instead of using file input stream, we must use open file input, right? So instead of file input stream, just replace it with open file input here, like we have done here for the open file output, right? So let's run our code, and now our app is running. So I can write something here. So for example, this, and when I click write button here, it's going to write this to our text file, and we can see text save message here, right? And whenever we want to read it, we can just click this read button, and it's going to read this text and show it into the text view. Okay, once again, some random text I'm going to write. So this is some random text, and I click write, and it's saved. And now I can read it by just clicking this read button, and it reads it and display it here. So in this way, you can create a text file and write it into the internal storage of your device using Android. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, and subscribe, and bye for now.